Saturday streams are for special finales. And when we do a bunch of shit on Friday, and then I don't go out and get food. Saturday's usually I'm gonna go out and get food night. Get something nice. Of which, last night, we went to both Firehouse and a Waffle House. Not at the same time, not back to back.
A lot of houses.
They were the bookends. Yeah, a lot of houses. Haunted houses.
Haunted houses,
Waffle houses. Long-ass shit lines for roller coasters.
You cut out for a sec. What'd you say after haunted houses?
Don't tell me I cut out. Oh no, don't tell me shit's breaking.
Just gotta warm up.
Okay, yeah, you're right. It's the pipes are starting to flow. The 5G pipes. I said shit-ass roller coaster lines that were not going as fast as they should have.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you something you're not gonna want to hear.
You can't hear me?
No, you are like maybe ever so slightly fishbowl-y.
Okay. That sucks. Let's see.
It is faint.
I can replug in my mic. That might help it. That's right. That's why we don't go straight into it. Stream, how do I sound? Or are you listening to me on the stream and you're telling me this?
This is how I'm hearing it in Discord.
Okay. Let me see. Yeah, once again, my connection's like immaculate, according to my tests in my bars.
You sound fine on YouTube also.
Okay. Then, I don't know, Discord's got problems.
Yeah, then it shouldn't be a problem.
Oh, cool. Just let me know if anything sounds weird though, guys. Cool. Anyway, yeah, here we are. This is the end. Esto El Fin. 130 hours, all leading up to this one point. Pretty special. And I realize we're gonna have no British accents in this final batch of characters here.
Well, Gina will probably show up, but yeah.
Yeah, but like, I saw who was on the witness stand. Actually, who was the third person on the witness stand when we saw it briefly? I think it was Zeke's.
It was Zeke's, Maria, and
Mikotoba.
Mikotoba, yeah.
Yeah, alright, cool. Excellent. Alright, so. This is it. We have accused.
So funny, dude.
That's amazing. So, alright, so, what has happened? The final recap. I've done it for the final time as well. I just my inability to agree with where a game has decided to put buttons is insurmountable. That is something I do not have the ability to change. Okay. So we determined that Seishiro Jigoku killed Tobias Gregson. He gruesed him. He got absolutely more gruesed, right? He got gruesed. Put him in the fridge. Took him to Fresno Street. Dumped the body. We figure it all out. Seishiro destroys the witness stand, and the pieces of wood are still floating in space, presumably.
Just like cars.
Just like it, exactly. So then we uncover some information. We bring it out into the open that it's like, hey, the autopsy report was fabricated. Someone tells us this, in fact. Kazuma brings this up, right? He's like, yeah, Greg said from the horse's mouth itself.
Right.
Gregson said that shit was fabricated, and Zeus goes, oh! Fabricated, you say? Then there's only one person it could have actually been who is the Reaper in all this. And it's we've been new. Like undeniably so, we've been new. It's male Strongheart. And Strongheart just shutting everything down. There's no one left. You can't bring any more witnesses to the stand. No one else could talk about the Reaper or the Professor case. And we're like, actually, we happen to have him right here. And he goes, well, I don't fucking care. We're done here. To which Sholmes shows up. He rouses the crowd of the judiciary. And the crowd begins yelling, testify. To which Strongheart begrudgingly agrees. And he goes, all right, fine. You won't win anyway. That's basically what he says. And here we are. We have made it to the what is probably the final set of witnesses. While trying to fight the judge. That's gonna, like, I don't know how this ends with battle. Like,
right, with somebody fighting him.
No, like, we're gonna have to fight him. Because he's in charge here. But okay. Take it away. I'm gonna chew a piece of gum. Shocker.
So, witness. Please state your name and occupation for the court. It's pretty funny.
What is it? What does this mean? So she would have known him. She would have been like
3 to 9.
Yeah, 3 to 9. She would know this guy.
Yeah.
This is basically her, like.
Basically her dad.
Yeah, maybe. Well, no, he can't.
We know. Her father.
This is OG-san Mikotoba. This is Uncle Mikotoba.
Yeah.
The most fuckable man ever when he was young, as we've seen from the art in the thumbnail, which is not which you could fool me if it was real. I assume it's not, but it was too cute to pass up to use. But you can see Eugene in that one in his younger days, where he just kind of looks like Ryunosuke.
This dog.
Yeah.
He's around. He's everyone's father in Japan.
I mean, you saw him tap dance. That's like free. You're in. If you show a woman you can tap dance.
He's secretly Ryunosuke's dad. He's secretly Kazuma's dad.
Yeah.
He's somehow Maria's dad.
And like we determined,
Iris's dad.
Shu Takumi loves his half-sibling relationships.
Weirdly, yes. We have determined
his secret half-sibling relationships. He's got a pension. She's still there. Eugene Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. God, she's so pale.
That was Japanese onomatopoeia. Could it be?
Stares in Japanese.
And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is
one of my 400 children. This is Dr. Maria Gorey, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner. The daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand and probably know. Yes, Dr. Scythe. Bring her in. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just, she just appeared. The Japanese. You summon this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. But you don't summon Mama? That makes no sense. She was there too.
God, I just realized she's wearing a purple shirt and a green tie.
Yeah.
She
It's
really is a
Halloween
doctor.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder because we're the same person. The revelations about Dr. Sight that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final.
Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we?
She's gonna, like, jump to the other side and start staring at him.
Papa.
Yeah, this is a bird. Daddy. The Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. In fact, Susato-san, I don't know if we're making it out of here alive. I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba. But I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. She's doing it again.
I see.
Zeeks, you come on. Get a little closer, buddy. All right, turn 90 degrees per... No, other way. 180 now. There you go. Thanks, buddy. And I'll put your foot on him. Great. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart.
The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago.
Cosmo's gonna be like, who are you again? Now that I'm white, I don't quite remember my old memories. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners.
So, you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure. Sucked the blood out of him myself. I don't even know if the tisk is gonna pick up if I put my hands over my face. Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man. Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes. I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it. Poor Mama. A secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards. Oh, as secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards.
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson?
Wow, Kazuma. I thought your dad was the professor. You can't just call people that because they're Japanese. My mistake. Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeeks' autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So, Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of the autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done.
But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell me the truth about what really went on.
Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here. And that's why I'm here too. I was also present at the young age of 9. Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. And stick to the script I handed you. Wait, I don't control it. Wait, shit. Who'd I give that to? But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I'll know if you're lying because I was the one who set it up. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. The autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Uh-oh. Discord having some problems, it looks like. Hold on. Stream connection's fine, Discord's having issues. Let me move us. This channel working? Nope.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, you hear me now? Okay. Sometimes the channels just fuck up.
Yeah. I missed the last few things that were said. From Strongheart saying I'm gonna kick you out. Yeah, the spooky Discord noises.
Yeah, the spooky Discord noises are funny.
Temp stream.
It just hates some channels sometimes, man.
It is funny how that works.
Yeah, like most of the time you can just pop in and out, no problem. Okay. You miss. Give you a word of warning. Oh, you will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. That's it.
Okay.
From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword, transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously. Posthumously, God. I was like, I know this word.
Yeah. It's a weird word.
Posthumously, posthumously identifying his assailant.
Yeah, posthumously. Shit, how do you say that word now? Posthumously. Okay, we got it.
No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication?
Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that? God, I wish I was Mikotoba right now. Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony. Well, that clears things up nicely.
Cool pose.
That was good. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you.
What?
You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication.
No! He freely acknowledged it! Swear he did.
Freely? With the tip of a sword at his throat? The man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeek's death. And with this testimony, we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter.
Sure, here's sort of my thought, and I'll be curious if this is the angle we take here. It's weird that he swallowed something.
It's really weird.
Autopsies weren't a thing, right?
Yeah. Oh, that's a really good point.
Like, it's like,
yeah,
why would he swallow
that's a super
in
good
hopes of
point.
somebody finding it if cutting people open post-death wasn't assumed to be. But yeah, let's go.
That's an excellent point. If I may, my lord, glances over at Maria, who has not blinked. Oh no, she does blink. If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it. And the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Oh. Oh, wow, such horrifying crimes. Oh, such horrifying crimes. Yeah, we found that caller. Oh, yeah. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeek's, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword? That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right.
Ryunosuke.
I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. As I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
I fully intend to exercise that right is what Edgeworth is thinking all the time.
Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Is that a don't press warning? Sometimes they hit you with the don't press warning.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like they'd spell it out when it's like don't press, because it's like we'll find out right here.
From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy result having been fabricated.
Hold it!
You couldn't say? No, sadly not.
Then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you?
No. True, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing? Following the Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass him implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team. Quite. Yes. So, would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? I think she got closer.
Professor Mikotoba, think! Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you?
Well... Yes, there was, as a matter of fact. I love how they have opted to position her. That is so fucking funny. Death resulting from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
Hold it!
In all the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled? Correct. And yet Lord Van Zeeks was stabbed. Do you mean to say you think Lord Clint Van Zeeks may not, in fact, have been one of the professor's victims? There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. But Genshin Impact Asogi confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. Really? That's news to me. That's big news to me. What? He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Yet the beast was used to carry out the killings. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog.
A true hound of hell. Okay, Zeeks, that's actually kind of stupid what you just said. It was a ghost dog.
What, you all can't do that? well, Clint had a giant, enormous dog. What was his name? Oh yeah, Baskervilles. There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all.
Still calling for Wolfman.
Be awesome. Dude, like last minute supernatural turn would make me so happy.
A Japanese werewolf in London.
Fuck yeah. Yeah. But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gorey? Does that matter? Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony could be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother and your super hot mother, Dr. Scythe, were in the stand, but... Ryunosuke, my boy, you should have seen her when she was younger. Oh my god.
I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama's told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report.
I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. I see.
Mama told me all about it.
Oh?
She said there was nothing of note internally.
So this is funny that this is when we first saw her with the mask on, we assumed it was like a look of superiority, like gazing down at you, but it's her thinking pose.
But
They did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable. A note written and signed by Lord Strongheart. Unbelievable? What do you mean?
Come on! Dr. Gorey! What was it?
Strongheart's gonna be like, irrelevant to the case.
Irrelevant to the case. It was a dog. They found a whole dog inside of him.
It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Hold it!
What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well... Dude, the ring! We talked about the ring! It was sparkly and round, with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps. It was a ring, belonging to Genshin Asogi. Yeah, dude, the fucking ring!
My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach?
At the
Okay.
It's just so fucking funny. like it's just amazing shot direction. I don't. She's like perfectly placed. That when you're looking at him, she is just right there still. You see so much of her. It's perfect. At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quaterus of his left hand. The fourth, or ring finger. The digitus quaterus. Quartus. Oh no! Oh no!
Hi.
The stream's haunted, everybody!
Oh my god.
Whoa! Goth girl haunt stream. Wow. Fuck.
I've also never heard the term digitus quartus.
It's the fourth fucking digit
Fourth
on
finger,
the hand.
yeah. Like I've heard digitus, but I've never heard like.
Damn, they don't count from the pinky. Not that I would have or anything, you know.
See, in my mind though, thumb is 0 and index is 1, middle is 3. Wait, no, that is right. Or wait, yeah, no, we just skipped 2.
I guess they don't index at index.
Yeah, what the hell?
I guess they index at 2. Nani. Well, I guess that's why it's a digitus and not a finger. Right?
Sure.
You know, for the abominations that have, like, numerous fingers on their hand. Are there any weird creatures out there that have, like, way too many fingers?
Fingers?
Yeah. Is that, well, I don't know. Not a lot of, like, hand creatures. Because we got the
Numerous
thumbs. We're the strongest.
Oh,
Oh my god.
no, hello.
Hello?
Hello?
Hey.
What did you said numerous and then that was lost?
We're about to fire up Skype, I see.
Oh my god. Why?
Oh boy.
Why does this always fucking happen?
Yeah, because it's like, it's just Discord having issues right now. It's not even...
Yeah.
Ugh. Sorry, everyone. Anyway, we gotta stop discussing things. We just gotta keep going. Every time we stop to talk about things.
Yeah, can you really quickly restream?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, okay. Thanks. Okay.
He wore a ring on his ring finger. I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake.
When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring.
You do?
My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death. But the ring wasn't among them.
Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence that I fabricated. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day.
Man, it's just a coincidence that that other guy was wearing a ring.
Maybe. Unless, God damn it, dude, I want people to be on the left there. Unless Gregson gave it to Daly.
Oh sure, yeah, that's a good call.
That'd be interesting, right? After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. You're telling me mid-sword fight, Clint ripped this ring off and just swallowed it? Obviously not, but still, like, that's the...
It's that gift from Monster House, where the guy takes the food and eats it.
Gift from Monster House?
Brad sent it before. It's like it's the kids at an arcade, and this big fat guy walks over, and he just, like, steals food from them, and he literally just eats it in front of them.
No, I don't recall that. But okay, his ring got tore off somehow. Not by Clint, right? They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes.
How could they?
Oh my god, she's so cute. Oh! I brought the ring along with me today. What? Holy evil! Check the sword. Check the sword. Does it fit? Come on, come on. Come on, ring slot. Ring slot, come on.
What rings you got, Gorey? It's the red tearstone ring, dude.
Yeah, I know. And exactly, we're at low HP. Oh no, we're not. It filled us back up, didn't it? In between parts. Here it is. A bit dusty from years in the stores. Good gracious! Yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years.
And that was found inside the victim's stomach.
You're telling me you didn't notice anything in his throat that, like, cut it open? Are you serious? Look at that fucking thing. Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Oh my! Really? At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a few scalpels, you see. We had so many. We were just tossing them out left and right. Dr. Gorey. The removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? Shut up, bitch. However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Now think about it. You know, she's here to get her mommy out. Mama's an instrument in this process. If she can find the guy who was pulling all the strings, Mama gets to come hang out with her again and rip bodies open still. Very well. You may submit it. Submit! A really sharp-ass ring that belonged to Genshin Asogi found in Lord Clint Van Zeek's stomach, of which his throat was not damaged at all during the autopsy. The claws clasping the gem look sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch, my friends. Wow. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed. Got like a dial base on it. See that?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Cool ring. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring. Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow! Fuck!
If you were clumsy and swallowed it, it would cut your esophagus.
My finger's bleeding! Jesus! The claws really are sharp. Oh my. That was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo. Even for you. You're probably gonna die of an infection now. That's sad. Ugh. Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. A sticky mochi pun of about that size would go down much better. With some red bean paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow.
Stay safe out there, everyone.
Yeah, New Year's is coming. Watch out. Alright, I examined it very carefully. Wow. Look at this 1-2 combo we've been handed. Okay, I'll press, but I kinda just want to present. Presumed to be swallowed. And that was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Asogi's arrest.
Correct.
After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes.
That's a lie! My father was no killer. Perok Van Zeeks. It was you. You twisted the truth to suit your purposes. Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago.
But Ryunosuke's love for us all will.
My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage.
This might be autopsy into ring. This one might be tricky.
In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could.
That's everything, is it? Poor father. He looks so troubled. Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind. Oh? I couldn't say, were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure. I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years. If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened, and remove any trace of doubt. If we could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true, we can't shy away from this now. Even if what we might uncover could lead to a total calamity. Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen. God, it might just be this one. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Well, what about this ring that cut open his throat in the autopsy report? Despite the autopsy report saying there was no other internal damage. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. There were no other signs of internal injury.
Yeah. You know, it's ring.
Yeah. Even though it's like It's definitely this one, but it's usually it would be like, well, there were internal injuries, but it's actually there should be internal injuries. The court has heard the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel of the 500 we own that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy.
What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson...
Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection! Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim?
The evidence, right here, that I didn't even have to present. Don't worry, Alex, I got this. Thanks, man.
That's... the autopsy report.
It's explicit in the report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally. So I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all.
What?
To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. Now, I know you Zeeks, or you Zeekses are built a bit different, but like, Jesus Christ. And in addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with.
Us Zeeks are built different. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death. Even more so, I'm sure.
Don't matter.
He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice.
But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma.
No!
Yes. That's it. That's what's been bothering me. And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago.
Then why didn't you say something at the time?
I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Oh no. Oh no. Wilson speaks.
Look at this! Now, this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say?
But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson?
Oh, what's that now, Mikotoba?
Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size, with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus. Never seen it spelled that way. That's cool. Torn mucous membranes at the very least. Shut up! Shut the fuck up!
Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you.
I'm terribly sorry.
I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down.
Okay.
So I was right! Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father!
I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation.
What?
Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There was no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
Based. I don't think so! And Dr. Gorey! Rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
We open up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon.
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Bailiff, what is she saying? Dr. Gorey, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama.
Wow.
At least drink it first, asshole.
Oh, Elden Ring. Yes.
Swallowed by someone. That being my brother.
The ring.
You would just find gum in my stomach. Could you imagine if you found out I've been swallowing all the gum I chew?
Just a mass.
Oh, Alex, why do you have so many digestive problems? I don't know, man.
What about the ring? I've just remembered something.
Good.
An earlier incident.
Great. When it swings by there back over, it looks like Maria's bald. What incident?
The one I recounted
Yeah.
to you before. About a memory I have. Of Genshin Impact Asogi. Saving my life.
In that moment, he went by Star Rail.
What? My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden,
Hey, don't make a beef. You're coming with us.
all of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves.
Oh!
The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me.
You're telling me this fucking ring deflected a bullet? And then, like, scraped it or something, so we had to take it off? Wow.
It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring.
See, she looked bald. Are you saying...
I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now, I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target at all. Wait. But... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found.
You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night? Yeah, and like, wait, hold on. This is massive because it's like, wait, when did Clint die in relation to this? The next day? Before that event? I don't remember.
I'm thinking he was already dead.
If he was already dead, this is like, we've done it, ladies and gentlemen. That's huge.
Objection.
Come on, get a little cozier there, Zeeks.
You pathetic coward.
Cosma, just shut up at this point.
Expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring! You set the whole thing up so that... so you could...
Paint him as a mass murderer. Cosma! I'm sorry. Cosma! Open your eyes.
Ryunosuke.
You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured, even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Well, this is an amusing spectacle. But a grandiose expression on your face. As if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of your autopsy, of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe. Let us imagine that there were some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? Oh. In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks?
Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate.
But then... Oh my. That is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence. An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago. Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. Ah! But if that autopsy was all above board, there'll be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection.
Ah!
Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely.
Kazuma? What's this latest absurdity, Council?
My lord. Your reasoning is perfectly sound. But for one giant hole.
I beg your pardon.
You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested. Yada yada does it.
But he wasn't sentenced to his death. He was gonna get out.
He was gonna get out.
Right, and we were under the impression that it was like, oh, it was a work, right, to like let the man free, but then someone, like, for justice took him out, right? But no. It's looking to me like Caden and probably Scythe were actually trying to get this guy out of this situation. And then motherfucking, Strongheart showed up and shot the guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or Strongheart might have just even been like, hey, if you stay silent and take the judgment, don't worry, I'll get you out of prison.
Sure.
Right. So they made a deal, but then he just shoots him the second he's out, right?
Right. The autopsy results were an invention. There's no conceivable reason why the man wanted to protest it. Right. No, he was given the deal that he would get out. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh. Those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated?
Oh, good point. It's a good point.
If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me.
Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in this trial. A reason why the man would have said nothing, even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps? Enough rhetoric! The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court? Might just be the papers that he had written.
Right, but that was his will, wasn't it?
Well, it was his last weapon, so it's like he was playing a game, is my thought on it, right?
But like, if anything, the Asogi papers imply that he thought he was going to die. Let's see.
I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions go back to my son. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land, in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again. But I regret nothing about my chosen path. That's not really going to help us here.
Yeah, because that's like, he is dying.
However, there is but then the text up here does say, apparently, Mr. Asogi described it as the only weapon I have left. We might be able to make a leap with that last sentence there. But let's look at everything else first. Well, what do we even have related to that stuff, though? Like, it's not going to be the autopsy report. We're not at the sword yet.
We're not at the sword yet, no.
So yeah, what else do we have from the past?
So it could be the Asogi papers for a reason that's not being stated in that piece of evidence.
It's all we have.
Right, and the reason, my thinking is, they didn't even let him have a pen and paper.
Yeah.
Like, and by what the court was ordered, he shouldn't have even been allowed to write his will. Yet he was able to write his will, and it was followed.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking Caden and Scythe were actually helping this guy out.
Right, but
because Scythe probably saw it and was like, they fabricated evidence for this guy. What else do you think it could be, though? Any thoughts for what we need to do right now?
Grab it time. We gotta call Sholmes. Spread off.
Because like we only have 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces of evidence related to him, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just gotta.
I think it's just gotta be that.
Papers, yeah.
Take that!
Hopefully. Okay. Never mind. This is the defense's answer to that question. All right. Now it's gonna be tough because.
Okay.
Okay. Now we've got to look at everything with a fine.
I will redouble my focus.
Yeah. Okay. If Kazuma-sama's father knew that the evidence being used to convict him was fabricated, why would he have said nothing in his trial? For me, I'd have protested my innocence until I was blue in the face. So if we're right about the autopsy results, there must have been a strong reason for his silence. Well then, perhaps he was saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency. Ah, that could be it. Let's check the dismissal notice.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Indications that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It's believed that the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with the prison staff in order to secure assistance. I think it's this. Full disclosure of information regarding these negotiations will be demanded.
Yeah, it is believed the convict engaged in some form of negotiations with the prison staff. Yeah, probably.
You got anything else, though?
I was thinking it might actually be the sword, because in the sense of, like, well, he wanted to at least make sure this got back to Japan. I was worried that, like, they might not have done it for him if he had, like, fought it. But yeah, no, I think you're right about the dismissal notice.
Take that!
It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death.
Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way. The defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary.
I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, "There are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration." In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. News to me, says Strongheart.
In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet.
I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. Order! Order! First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy. Of course, because it's all intimately linked.
The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand.
Barry Caden and Dr. Scythe. Witnesses?
People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago.
Enoch Drebber.
Enoch Drebber.
Governor Caden? And the poor chief warder of the prison. I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. To summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What?
He's here.
He's already here. Father, my dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he is extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes did that? Are you telling me that? Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. Nice.
My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed, as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Can Maria stay? Damn it.
I'm still here. Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please?
I, Barry Caden, Governor of the Barclay Prison. Governor. Oh my god.
Everyone calls me gossip.
If you want to still read it.
So jot a little tidbits to passerbys.
Your other persona, if you don't mind.
Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak, the so-called professor, 10 years ago.
Gosh, the professor? We've already been through all this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there was not anything untoward happened. And the conclusion was that there was not anything untoward happened. You're all just gonna have to read that. It's gonna be a jarbled mess coming out of my mouth. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward. Well... The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed. And he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity would never have been carried out with the help of somebody of influence inside the prison.
Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection.
Oh.
If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, capital punishment.
Gods! Hold on there, laddie. Witness. Governor Caden. Aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. Oh, yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah,
fair. I was a bit over the line there.
My apologies, my lord.
There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place.
I thought we established that Daly wasn't involved in any way.
He talked to the victim at least. Or he talked to who was getting out.
Yeah.
Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago.
I already did this.
Do it again. We have new evidence this time. I mean...
we have no new evidence.
We have lost evidence. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief ward of Vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes.
I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution. But I knew nothing of any plot.
Sorry, what was the first thing Caden said? I was trying to get into the voice. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came... Okay, yeah. Yep.
And I knew nothing.
Yeah, but I knew nothing of any plot. Says Vigil. I do not care if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. Carry out. A directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right.
Who sent it? Who authorized that plan?
Then I can that.
Saying you don't know?
Listen, there was not a thing about the professor's case that was not unusual in some way. Did not ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I cannot tell ya. I see.
But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office,
Van Zeeks! Kills Cosima.
then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit.
Right, so now this goes even deeper of... Yeah, bro, I'll get you out, says Strongheart. Smirks.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll kill you myself, he says. That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Yes, my lord. I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Always. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive? Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official.
But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me.
I cannot even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office. What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you any indication of who was behind it. You can't be serious. All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose. The likes of us on the ground, as it were, do not bother with idle speculation. We just get the job done. I assign the convict to the Chief Warder Vigil here, and put the plan into action behind the scenes. Hold it! So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all.
That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor?
Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Tough.
Alright then. Who else did know about the plan?
I've no the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I would not be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who'd been given similar orders. Orders. So you don't know who else was involved? Aye, that's right. All I can tell ya is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens. Dr. Courtney Stevens, or Dr. Scythe as she's known now.
Why did I have to get caught up in such terrible business?
I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. Hold it! Till the handoff, pretty much. Did you notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night?
Oh, everything was unusual. Exception
exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment.
The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles.
Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country.
I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Oh, gosh, Vigil. I cannot apologize enough.
No, Governor. I don't believe you can. It won't change what happened.
And what else can you tell us about this situation, Governor Caden?
Ah. I do not ken if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office.
Hold it!
But you've already acknowledged that orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Aye. Well, be that as it may, I do not ken nothing about that. The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I ken that much, I do.
Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense.
Oh.
So you were just following orders. That it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here.
A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor.
That's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence.
Och. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? Aye. I did everything I could at the time.
As you know, Commissioner Asogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan, too?
My instructions were to do with getting the jock out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. Oh, what's up, Zeeks? How you doing, man?
Excuse me.
You good, dude? Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? It's coming back to him. It's coming back to him.
Yes, sir? What can I do for you, sir?
He's saluting now. What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps?
The last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors. In the name of my country.
Oh.
Just as my father was betrayed, seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan.
What makes you think that?
Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it?
Why not just fucking hang the guy?
Why not hang the guy, yeah. To make the man admit to his crimes he didn't commit, with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape?
Ah. Yes, that's quite true.
If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his, or her, end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison, as dictated by his sentence.
It all happened in the vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls.
Oh, it was integrated into Hogwarts at some point. Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
Suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now.
What?
Yes. It's an unsettling mystery. Certainly.
Sorry, I think he just means like no one really knew what the plan was, but he says no one knew what went on in the execution room, and it's like,
well,
there's two people that were in there.
Right. Well, I mean, he's just saying that like it was behind closed doors. We don't know, like the public, but yeah.
Yeah. But it's like Scythe knows, yes. Caden, I believe he was the one that had to go through the execution. No, I don't know if they ever stated who was the executor. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asogi and a body at the top, it does not quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony. Gods! Aye. Go on then. I wish you wouldn't do that. I know you can hear my thoughts, Caden. Wait, he can't. Damn it. Have we ever made that joke? We must have. Every Ace Attorney game, that joke must have been made, right?
I know you can read my thoughts, Caden. Meow, 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 meow.
So Seki, of course, that's when we needed to do it. Fuck, man. We're throwing the playthrough out. Sorry, everyone. All right. It seems to me that the Japanese fella did not have nothing to bargain with. It seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't have anything to bargain with. Hold it! That's a good point. Why would there even be a deal? Admitting to the crimes. That was what he had to bargain with, surely. Right, we haven't reached the... We're like, nah, he's innocent, but it's like, no. They have not established this yet. I cannot see that myself. After all, did the prosecution now have conclusive evidence against the Carly, eh? God, after all, did the prosecution not have conclusive evidence against the Carly, eh?
This, you mean, discovered during the final victim's autopsy. There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Objection! Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen.
I mean, it's pretty tough. Like two fucking coroners were standing in front of us, both going, that ring probably would have definitely left marks, and it was just thrown out anyway. That's right. So what I'm saying is, the convict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargain at all. The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place. And yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. So Asogi san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured he'd be broken out of prison later. I really don't think that Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations. And perhaps something compelled him to agree? What a terrible thing. Using the law to legitimize such underhand dealings with a desperate man, only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice. I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up. Something doesn't quite add up. Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo? No, it doesn't. I can't quite put my finger on what yet. Well, in that case, we must keep digging until we identify the problem. All right. What could he have had to negotiate with? It seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't have anything to bargain with.
I'm curious how it's this.
I don't think it is.
Yeah, it's just nothing damning. Like it's not.
It's just that, like, the only weapon I have left thing is such a weird statement. And this was also like...
You wrote it after the fact.
Yeah.
Presumably, anyway.
Though isn't there something weird here where it's like... These aren't actually the papers. There was something where we like doubted the legitimacy of these at some point.
Yes,
because there's a reason we're like they're in the sword.
Yes, yeah. There's a reason. Yes, this is.
I just don't remember what it was. All right, photo of Gregson. Venus's firecracker. Notice board. Crime scene photo. They could really have just removed this page at this point, I think. This one came in handy. Doubt. Evacuation drill. I don't know if we can re-examine anything, but let's check, just in case we got something hanging out that we were suddenly allowed to examine. Looking like, no, we can look at the tip and that's it. Seems to me that the Japanese fellow didn't have nothing to bargain with. Once again, on like process of elimination, let me reread through these just in case it's something. It's not that, but something else we can work with. It was the day that the Japanese jock was found guilty of the directive for his faked murder, his faked execution, came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder Vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I don't know if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. It seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with.
Yeah, it's just gotta be the Asogi papers. I'm not quite sure how, but... Let's read it.
I don't trust it.
Want to read it one more time?
The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi that Mr. Vigil claims disappeared. After the convict's execution. Apparently, Mr. Asogi described it as the only weapon I have left. I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son. So he has possessions and wealth in London. So I guess he had stuff. He had literal physical material. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate for it.
Okay, is it...
He literally had things.
Okay, is it the fact that... Is it the fact that they didn't send back the ring? And it's like the ring... And the reason they don't is because the ring wasn't his?
I think they didn't send it back because, it was evidence, so they had right to claim it.
Objection!
Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Ugh. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble.
Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that.
Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Havers. Havers? Yeah, havers! The fellow could not possibly have had anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers. The name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Ah! It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did ya, you wee rat? Did I no tell you to keep that a secret?
You can't touch me now!
You give me another take with you bobbing up back and forth.
You can't touch me now!
Ah! Stop it. When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict's cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder.
Alright then. What's that on that paper?
A last will and testament. Well, this will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon? Metal Gear. And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it?
Well, yes. All the prison warders searched threw the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found.
As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi papers. Cosmo's just shitting himself right now. He's like, what? Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi papers had the potential to make great waves somehow. Jinx! What the blazes are you blethering about? The will was found, right and proper, in the fella's cell where I said it would be. Ow!
But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place, from top to bottom.
Well, you did not do a proper job, you wee peely-wally galoot.
You can't criticize me now!
Good, nice. I showed it to you before, did I know, yon lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, "The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi." Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here.
What? What inconsistency?
Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage.
Are you suggesting, my learned friend,
My genius god friend.
that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake?
Hold on. I really need to get a better rug for my chair here. This thing just gets like caught on the wheels nonstop. As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board.
Right, so let's go. Yeah, he did know something. We don't know what it is, but he has something on them.
Yeah.
They were
I'm gonna give you this. I give you this. I get out. I won't incriminate you anymore, right?
Yeah.
I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Because here was the thing. Clint and what's his name? Asogi, Genshin, were looking into the professor. They were detectives, I think, effectively.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And it's like they're desperate to find this. They search his cell because they're worried he might have written this down.
Yeah.
And the truth is, he did. And he did effectively send it to Japan, because we assume it's in the sword.
If it's not in the sword, this game sucks. We have reached. If it's not in the sword, this game sucks. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. You're gonna say something else?
No, just basically that, yeah.
This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken. Yeah, we're just ignoring testimony now.
What? No, I definitely heard him say that. I swear.
Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers.
A waste of time! If the will was fake, where is the real document? Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything. Very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself?
Whoa.
It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship just going to gloss over these obvious facts? What did you say? We should hear more from the Chief Warder. Have him testify again. The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard.
We finally got the gallery fucking going wild.
Yeah, smirks. They all heard about how fucking exciting that third case was.
Yeah.
It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. I thought my game froze.
I like to think that Sholmes has not only just been gathering witnesses, he's been instructing everyone in London to come to the courthouse.
It's been his game. The game has been afoot the whole time.
There's just 5 million people standing outside the courthouse right
fuck
now.
Yeah. Oh, fuck yeah.
Yes, sir! My lord.
The Asogi papers.
Can we take a quick break after pee?
Yeah, let's take a break.
Okay.
Alright. Back in 5 to 10. Oh, my legs hurt.
Okay. We here? I turned off Emma for some reason. That was a mistake. Get back here. I misclicked. How could I? He's not here. That's okay. Ugh. If this breakdown from Strongheart is not him getting lit on fire by the scales of justice, I might be a little disappointed. Little gruesome, I guess, but also, like a vortex of fire should consume him. Be awesome.
Hello.
Hey.
I return.
Good. I was saying that, Strongheart's breakdown better be him getting engulfed in a vortex of fire by the scales of justice.
Oh god, yeah.
Alright, ready when you are.
Alright. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail.
I only found out about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in the cell. Kimono, I think it's called.
In his kimono? That's a lie! We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all of his clothes. It can't be true.
Well, you not satisfied with calling me a liar the once, eh? You wee waffinger.
Ha! There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore.
Command grabs him.
Other than the hold, like you to take
What
them like
the fuck
Vermont,
is this?
or- Is that what you're going to do, is it?
That's amazing. That's fucking great. They just left the tie sticking out.
Are you going to give me another good shake again? Or are you too scared?
Ah! Jesus. A little enlarged. What a double act. We complied with Asogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen.
And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely.
Aye. And you cannot deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh?
Yes. There's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork.
Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. Evil smirk. Doflamingo laugh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Good. I've conditioned you well, my lord. You knew I was going to do this, and you didn't even ask this time. That means I'm winning.
Fuck.
Damn it. You got me good there. I'll give you that one. All right, the Asogi papers. As the warden responsible for condemned convicts,
I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. So would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Asogi?
Yes, certainly. Though there was precious little time before his execution was due.
Oh, what's up, Zeeks?
He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder.
And yet he confessed in full to the crimes.
I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life. Yes. He was so tranquil and intelligent. It put me in mind of an Eastern holy man.
And what about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about it?
It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well. Yes.
The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something that with that will in his cell. What was he doing with it? And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he?
Yes, that's right.
And like the bump at your, you did not tell me. A blatant breach of trust that was.
I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly.
But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever.
Yes, you're quite right.
Ah. So when exactly was the will penned? That was before the man was remanded in Barclay,
Okay.
obviously.
Sure, that makes sense.
Right. He just had a simple, normal will on him.
Yeah.
Not the real Asogi papers. Yes. At the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. Or yeah, that too. Yeah, that makes sense. I personally entrusted Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family and his homeland. In that case, why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that? Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. Oh! It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell. Oh, well...
The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor?
A prison governor cannot be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office. Oofus.
In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter.
Bro, I'm the judge here? Bro, I'm the judge. I can't do that. I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. Convenient. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time.
The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected.
I want to know why.
Another inexplicable mystery, then. Why did I put it in the cell?
Why did I do that?
Why did I do that?
Well, the thing about that will. Yes, if I recall correctly, separate from the scarlet ink on...
Oh yeah, we gotta get to the ink, yeah.
Right, separate from the scarlet ink on Clint's hand, like, not that. I think when we were talking to Daly or Caden in the prison, whoever the fuck it was, I think part of the reason why the Asogi paper evidence that we have was weird was the fact that I think Daly had mentioned something about he was writing it in red ink and not black ink.
Yeah.
And that the will is in black ink. So I think what's going to happen, he's in the prosecutor's office, he writes his will, the papers that we have, he wrote it. It's his handwriting, right?
Yeah.
They don't let him have a pen in the prison, but they let him hang on to it because he just had all of his personal effects with him. You know, they say that, right? He had a sword and all the shit. He fucking cuts his hand, and on the back of his will, he writes his whatever. Or on another piece of paper, like a third piece of the will. It would have to
be another piece of paper.
Yeah, on a third piece of the will, he uses his blood to write what he's going to now shove into the sword.
Yeah.
Although I don't know about the scarlet ink on Clint's hands. That's still odd.
Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document. Right, which would be his writing hand. Thus, it got into ink while he was writing something. So maybe these Asogi's papers were simply written by Clint. Is maybe what's going to happen here.
Okay.
It's not a matter of he was writing anything. It's that he just had the paper.
Okay, that's also possible. That's a good call.
We turned the cell inside out looking for all that after the execution, but to no avail.
Hold it!
It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right?
Yes. And when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "It cannot have disappeared completely!" in my face!
Aye, well. It's due to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should. I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it?
But it proved impossible to find. That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper. That blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead.
Oh, you mean... the article based on Mr. Drebber's experience in Lowgate Cemetery?
Yes, that was it. The day after I'd read the news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made.
That you'd aided Genshin Impact Asogi. Oh god. Oh god, what crawled in my throat?
Impact did.
Yeah, it's cursed title. Excuse me. That you'd aided Genshin Asogi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal.
I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that.
As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I could not have done anything else. I only found out about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them.
Hold it!
And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak. Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office.
What name was on it?
I did not ken afore, and I did not ken now. What a horrible sentence for a person to have to read. I did not ken afore, and I did not ken now. All I can tell ya
is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. Directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fella's cell. Document? Was that the wording? Document, not will. Aye. That's what it said. Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asogi's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after. It totally wasn't. I was totally after something else.
Continue with your testimony then, witness.
The document was in the folds of the fella's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called.
Hold it!
He had a kimono? In Mr. Asogi's kimono. They just brought everything he owned with him? Aye. The one he brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right. I was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution.
Indeed. He had a number of items of personal significance.
Sword.
I remember.
Sword.
He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword.
His sword? Smirks at the audience.
Karma.
Oh, yeah.
The famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family.
I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Getting at being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon?
Have some respect, Inosuke.
Respectful silence? The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. He could not have hurt any booty with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials. Aye. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you say. Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. A Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt. I was present when he wrote it. But I'm sorry to say, the letters just look like a squirming mess of jet black earthworms to me. Jet black?
Excuse me.
Son, that shit was red. Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Or the greatest witness, the most important witness in Ace Attorney history? Next to a bird.
Yeah.
Mr. Vigil!
Sir! It was Scarlet, sir!
Who's Scarlet? What?
Oh! I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that.
I'm surprised Vigil just hasn't been shot by Strongheart at this point. Like, he could get away with it somehow. Still, like... This man was a traitor to the country, yada yada, whatever, right?
The man was reaching for a weapon, you all saw it.
Oh yes, we all saw it. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance?
Something of importance. Possibly, or possibly not.
I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asked that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil.
Yes! was Scarlet. As I remember it, the document was written in scarlet ink. But perhaps I'm mistaken.
Hold it!
Scarlet, you say?
Well, yes. I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even by the dim light in the cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black.
Witness. Is that really what you saw?
What? Sir!
Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart? I apologize. Continue. What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? For Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way. Och, den Alhaver. You can plainly see the writing here. And it's as black as the Earls of El's waistcoat.
Well, yes. You're right.
Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Asogi was holding that night? No, you couldn't read it.
Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time.
No, it might have been in English, actually.
Well, right, this is the very exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. The scarlet.
Why would he hide it if it was in Japanese?
Yeah. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back.
But it was definitely a will, was it?
Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asogi told me.
The court need waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There is nothing more to add. A will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Kazuma's father holding, I wonder? If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo, you must present it to the court at once. Woo me. Behold!
Booyah!
A testimony doesn't give much away. So this will really was penned by Kazuma-sama's father. I wonder what he could possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon. It's starting to sound very much like Mr. Asogi actually had nothing. But the plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have had some bargaining power. He must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense. It's starting to sound like Mr. Asogi actually might have had something! Wow. Which is it, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all this. Let's listen to all the information again, and see what more we can learn. We can't overlook even the smallest detail. Did we ever press the fifth one?
I don't recall. But it just occurred to me. Vigil's gonna realize that Strongheart's the person responsible for ruining his life. All of a sudden, he's just gonna become really buff and be like, "Leave Strongheart to me."
Sorry, run that by me again. I was rereading the thing. What was the premise of that?
I said it's gonna occur to Vigil that Strongheart's the person who ruined his life.
Yeah.
Get buff and be like, "Leave Strongheart to me."
Yeah. Caden's gonna throw him like a rocket at him and he's gonna cross chop Strongheart in the neck. Okay, no, we did read 5. Okay.
Leave Musan
So,
to me.
I think this has to be the autopsy detail. It's a stretch, but it's a stretch in terms of like the contradiction factor or the like what would I call it? Backup factor. I don't think this is like super strong evidence, but it's all we know about Scarlet Ink.
Objection.
So let's do it. Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see.
What?
Heavens again! You've no evidence to say that. Have a look at this autopsy report for what I think is the third time.
That's my brother's autopsy report. I've seen it for the third time.
Yes. And there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. You know, I think we presented it twice, and then Ryunosuke brought it up once on his own.
Right.
And there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand.
Yes. So it does. Scarlet ink!
Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit, but I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they?
Your wit is not appreciated.
as he tightens his gloves, as to not let him see.
My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately.
What is your point, counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death.
Yeah, he wrote that shit down and died.
Yep. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand.
And then swallowed a ring.
What?
We know.
I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open.
Yeah, we know nothing about what the crime scene looked like. Was it red? Was it red?
But Clint was punctilious about such things. Punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found.
So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in a cell was
the same document that Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing moments before his death?
Then it was.
If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that. It can only mean that. Yes. Mr. Vigil! When you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not?
Alright then. What's on that paper?
A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
A last will and testament?
Oh! Why would there be two? If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. These manspreading on the witness stand. That's why they gave him all that room.
Yeah, they're gated individual and like taking up 20% of it.
Yeah.
You really think?
Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will. But it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
No! What?
Cuts back to Strongheart, and he is just like,
This is madness! My brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die.
that is what it would mean. Yes.
No! Impossible! That is utterly out of the question.
Lord Van Zeeks.
Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never!
Exactly.
He wouldn't rest until the job was done. Until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death. It's obscene!
Objection!
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death.
I don't know about that, but yeah, yeah. Writing something. And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained?
Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy.
It was a picture of Strongheart's nuts. His ugly ass balls. Information of the utmost secrecy. Ah! Ah! No. No. It couldn't be. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to have seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
No, my lord. That's unacceptable.
What did you say, Counsel?
The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion.
But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. Shit. Forgot about that part.
Fuck.
Here it comes. A
The
reason.
judiciary!
The judiciary. A reason why Lord Clint Van Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo? However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Miss Usato. So hold your head high and keep soldiering on. Yes. You're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zeeks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, The details in the will were related to the Professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture.
What are you getting at, man? Ritosuke!
As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe... I'm going with an accusation. A report or an accusation are kind of the same thing.
Right. It could be a confession, though.
You think it could be the fact that he was the one who did it?
It could still be this.
You know,
but
confession. You know what? Confession's the more interesting option. I kind of I like that line of thinking.
Because obviously we really don't have any information. This is intuition.
No, yeah, this is the gut
is,
at this point.
Is Strongheart the person who killed the 4 people in the aristocracy, or was it Van Zeeks?
Right,
What?
or more so, it's we actually need to turn the fact. Everyone has been under the assumption this entire time, except you and I, that Genshin was in fact the killer. Right?
Yeah.
We're about to change that. But it's but like you just said, are we accusing Strongheart? Or are we confessing that it was Zeke's? I feel like if it's an accusation, because a confession just gets him killed, whatever. Unless the reasoning is... I'm going with an accusation first.
Okay.
But if not an accusation, I think it's a confession.
Because it's like he's writing his will. A confession is the thing where he dies in that scenario.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. It's weird that he has to, like, suddenly die immediately afterwards.
Yeah, I also think this kind of just...
yeah,
what Sato said, where she's like, you work with your client to find the truth. Like, don't worry about how fucking mad Zeeks is going to be about this.
Alright, you've convinced me. Let's try a confession. Yeah. You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zeeks actually penned that day was a confession.
A confession?
Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
He's gonna get ya.
Enough! Counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean...
Lord Van Zeeks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in, but it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy wasn't Genshin Asogi at all.
No. You can't be suggesting.
It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zeeks himself. It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. The great Van Zeeks family. They've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years. And Lord Clint Van Zeeks, He was a paragon of justice in the capital. But he was actually a mass murderer. A perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest degree. The general public ever found out?
My brother.
Oh. This is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zeeks. I wonder, though. Did he never suspect Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Barak Van Zeeks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Order! Order! Order in the court! Lord Van Zeeks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog?
Yes, he did.
Balmung.
Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant.
Isn't Balmung the name of a sword?
I thought it was that demon.
Might be a demon also, yeah.
It's like one of the two S&T demons from that culture, right?
Okay.
I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too. Almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck.
A jewel-studded collar?
That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night.
A jewel-studded collar. Stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. You have got to be shitting me.
How could you?
There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown, and bore an ornate capital letter B.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B.
Fire emblem. Oh my! You know it?
It's the insignia of the Baskerville family.
Wait, the Baskervilles are real? Wait, I'm sorry. What? What? The Baskervilles? Why is that name coming up now?
Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom, which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt, then. The collar you've described was Balmung's.
The funniest thing about this is that there was blood on the collar still.
Yeah.
That's pretty fucking funny.
Also, you're right, Balmung was a sword. What's the name of the fucking blue dog with white fur in SMT?
The blue dog.
Is that Balrung?
Blue dog with white fur.
It's like an Indonesian demon or something.
Was it in 5?
He was in 5. Yeah.
Blue dog with white fur. So, sorry, there's a lot of demons.
Yeah, there's a lot of demons. But you're right. But you're right about Balmung being a sword.
There's someone will chat. We'll know what demon you're talking about.
The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zeeks' widow.
Oh, right, Barong and now I can't think of the other one's name.
Yeah, I was thinking of Barong, but
Yeah.
There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course.
But it could equally have been from human prey.
Rangda?
I can think of Rangda. Those are the two.
So it's true then. That Lord Van Zeeks really was the professor. Impossible! These Japanese are making it all up to exonerate their own. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society.
My father knew that. He was using it to negotiate his way out. The unjust charges brought against him.
Right. You can blame it on me. I get out of here. You keep your stable society. I don't get murdered unjustly.
Yeah, fine.
Fine.
Whatever.
Fuck
you people, I'm going home.
Yeah, exactly.
But at the very last hour, those he bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil.
The English. Ugh. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? Yeah, easily. Watch this.
Yeah, watch this. It didn't happen.
Watch this. Watch this. Where's the proof? 10 years have passed. And still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy, believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well, then. You may have the truth.
Really?
Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Fuck!
Look, Clint.
Oh wow, Baker Street. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant even deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with nauseous fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zeeks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul. Until eventually, he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed. I'm surprised he accepted this. I'm surprised you didn't go, where's the fucking document then? It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese.
Once again? What do you mean?
10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor, yes, beyond all shadow of a doubt, you must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion, whilst he commits these atrocities, these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet, as he keeps an enormous savage hound at the estate. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusations of a visiting student. Ha! So I turned down Asogi's plea. And as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zeek's mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zeeks perished.
I don't believe this.
So in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did... He made the late Lord Van Zeeks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor's killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened.
And? What about the will?
Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time. Alright, this changes nothing with Strongheart, though.
Yeah, I didn't do anything.
Good play here. Good play, Strongheart.
Yeah.
It was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. Or I was the only person... Wait, this is a big sentence. Hold on. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So I resolved to keep it a secret. And to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all?
It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father!
I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. And it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally.
Gregson.
Obviously, he opposed me at first. Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zeeks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog. So we're short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage. For the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Blimey.
So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken. That was him, was it?
Whoa.
That was Gregson, and some hired help. Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy.
And in the light of that and in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. Wait, don't bring up that part.
But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, might follow to spy such underhand dealings.
It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness.
What weakness?
Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi. We were going to go to war with Japan
Well, yeah, so this had
and
also
kill
crossed my
you
mind.
in particular.
Just the fact that it's like they're not against sending assassins after people.
Yeah.
It's like, I'll just fucking kill your son. Like, I put a person on a boat. You can't stop me.
Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi. What? Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention. And you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel! Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you make in court, we'll have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes. It hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand? So, what's it to be, Asogi? Kazuma.
did it for me.
And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order. At any cost. Smirk.
Objection!
He's the hero suddenly.
Denied the kingdom of Britain.
Ah!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mael Strongheart?
A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barock Van Zeeks? The spirit of your late brother, the paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? What brazen? I knew that you'd play the part to perfection. But your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No. You were London's guardian angel.
An angel with bloody hands? I think not.
Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became.
But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago. And he was invited to work in Japan.
Made me sick to my fucking stomach. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe. So what with the execution of the professor and subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey? I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. I like to think he's looking around the room at the gallery.
Yeah.
That is everything. No. I'm not convinced. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire.
He's a hero.
Lord Strongheart did it. An unforgivable collection of crimes. But still, all those who died at the Reaper's hands were rotten to the core anyway. If it was all at the aid of keeping London safe... There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. Eee! Can he do this? Can the trial really end now?
Hold it!
I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zeeks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor. So I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother.
Yes. The same thought occurred to me. Shit, I just didn't, I couldn't believe it.
It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil.
And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign.
During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself.
And that made you suspect.
Yes. But it was only once. Not more.
How many levels of criminal obfuscation are you on right now? Okay, so are we about to get Strongheart actually killed a couple of them, but then, you know, Zeke's got one, and then Asogi killed Zeke's?
Right?
Oh my god. Only once. Really? I mean, that's the angle we gotta go to.
Clint wasn't the culprit.
Yeah.
That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now.
Do you have any evidence to support that idea?
Third. Holy shit, yeah.
Oh!
The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time.
Oh, this is even better. Clint hits up the first two, and Strongheart's that fucking cat picture I posted with the hands.
Yeah, like...
Oh, man. Wow.
It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor.
Rinosuke is like, we need that fucking document. That will do. Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi illegally, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
Not so fucking fast.
The vine boom sound effect. Thank you, Kazuma.
Me?
Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery.
What discovery?
My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon.
Then beg.
As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. To that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed
Oh yeah,
a very subtle contradiction.
I saw. Did you see it?
Maybe. Let me see what he. I'm so focused on the voices right now. What contradiction?
But all I did was ask the accused one simple question.
Well, it began with Lord Van Zeeks and his recollection about his brother. But Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. Well?
Lord Strongheart.
It was Lord Strongheart. I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Ryunosuke. Think back over his words. Find the problem. Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the false incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi. And the 3-page It was only two.
The what?
The what?
2.
I did have a minor trigger go off in my head now that I'm thinking about it. That there was a 3-page last will and just a little, while I'm reading, just a little bump. And the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, counsel? Among the statements you made just a moment ago. Among the statements you made just a few moments ago. That's the part where you say it again. Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent. And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation.
Ryunosuke. What?
Let me warn you about the statement you're making, counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contained a contradiction. With which piece of evidence, I ask you? 3.
Take that!
This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The 2-paged will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-paged last will and testament.
Ah!
Could it be that originally, There was a third page? Shit. For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile. But it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Governor Caden! Eh? What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. Aye! I was there for sure. I remember the black Wareham-like scrolls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a third page at the time.
What?
Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the third was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. And we could not have gotten any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So, it was decided that the third page ought not be sent.
Objection!
Right, and this is what would have solved all of this shit. It was the check the fucking sword piece of paper.
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said. To hear my father's final words to me.
The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, counsel. As it happens. Oh boy. I have the third page of the document with me here now.
My father's message.
It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings. It'll be too late once this trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied. The inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence now.
Objection!
The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined.
Very well, then, Governor Caden. You will read the third page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sir! Only, I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read Wareham language. Wareham language. Who the... did Sholmes sneak in again?
Yeah.
It's gotta be Sholmes sneaking in again.
Yeah, it's gotta be Sholmes. This beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say, that makes sense too. Close enough, right? If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Father! Fuck. You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba? Naturally. I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. A darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem? Twist thy head. Daddy.
Father.
What is Karuma?
The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade, known to all. Passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit.
It's not known to me. And I know everything Japanese.
It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in the proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. That's cool. The details of the Asogi papers have been updated. The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi that Mr. Vigil claims disappeared after the convict's execution. It seems there was a third page. Are we gonna use that again? All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. I'm not saying grab it right now. Can I do it now? Going with no?
I'm going with no, yeah.
Karma. The great blade. It's such a thing of beauty, I want to gaze on it for hours. Wait. Mighty Karma. Twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. Hurts my neck. That's the trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion? I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh! I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago. And as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe. Kashira. So Mr. Asogi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt. You don't think? Finally. We were the one carrying the bullet in our shoulder the entire time. It's pretty incredible.
That's pretty cool.
That's pretty amazing. Well done. Well done. Huh? Look what's inside it. Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment? Scarlet ink! It's written in scarlet ink! I penned this. My last will and testament in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end! Clint Van Zeek's. And the date. 10 years ago. On that fateful night. So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Karama, and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeek's. Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Wow. Oh, glad I did that then. I can't even look at it!
Whoa! That's cool! You made it. It's not time yet.
Oh, hats off. I can't even look at it. Oh my god. Oh. Sorry, what was that? He said, no new information has come to light. Oh, ah! In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zeeks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother.
Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. Fuck you. We've heard you state time and time again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Objection!
What about Inspector Gregson, then? I didn't mean for that to be so loud. I was so passionate about Gregson.
And Dr. Wilson. They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends. And then you had them killed.
However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikotoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. It would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present.
Smirks at the crowd.
In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo, I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I? Turns around. Everyone leans forward. Present evidence. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. What? Don't be absurd! There is nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high time that you realize something, my lord.
If he's about to, like, compliment us, I'm gonna cry. Uh-oh.
This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention.
Nonsense.
What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have?
I dare say, the final, decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale.
How? How can you?
Decisive?
Oh.
Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so, then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is the evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive? Nothing has ever been more decisive. We usually pull out, like, magic bullshit, right?
Yeah.
This is a fucking written will.
Take that!
A sworn affidavit.
There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. That's right. It was. Only. I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago.
You mean the final will and testament?
Impossible! That can't be. Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. You look at how Mikotoba's standing.
My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that?
Oh. It was rolled up inside this.
Inside Karuma.
Speak up a bit on your lines. I turn the music up.
Okay.
That ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years. Just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly looks official. But handwriting...
My God. It's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake.
Ugh. I forbid the contents of that document from being read out! Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it!
Objection!
I'm gonna wake up the whole neighborhood with this ending, boys. You can't do that, my lord! This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once! Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? Ah! What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect! Clear the courtroom!
Objection!
Do that, my lord. And you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice.
I beg your pardon.
Forcibly ending a trial without good reason.
And not any trial. A closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks really did pen a will that day? It's exactly as the young Japanese man said. Read it out, now! We have a right to hear what's in that will. A right and a duty. Well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going quite as you'd hoped. You fools!
Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it! Prosecution gives its full support.
Very well then. No! For God's sake! No! I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m., and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel. Oh, that's right! That I may depart this world with honor. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zeeks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zeeks estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor. Guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not hear discourse. The corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the Lords of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. Okay. Wait. Incredible job obfuscating the specifics here. So, if I'm reading this correctly, Clint killed one guy, and then Strongheart has been blackmailing him to kill more.
Yeah.
Okay, makes sense. It kind of fits his MO anyway. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes, at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light, be it I, or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night. I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. Oh my.
That was really cool.
Oh my.
Oh, the dog flash.
Yeah. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. Love, Lord Clint Van Zeeks. It's fucking over for him. So now we know. Yes. Clint Van Zeeks was a murderer. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you! Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court has just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you've sacrificed up until now.
It just didn't make any sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you? Lord Strongheart. To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, to take him down.
He's rather happy with himself.
Well, I think he's gonna play the he's crazy card.
Yeah, he accused me, but no proof. Or whatever. Okay.
Nope.
Okay.
It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots. But the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak! Lofty principles, you say. Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place. In order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire.
But murdering the man.
By murdering the man.
By murdering the man.
The Reaper. The Professor. The name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection!
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too?
Aha, Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed.
I don't believe you! It was you, wasn't it? You killed him!
No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? Probably just Asa. On the night following his mock execution, I went to Lowgate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Oh my god. Wow, that's a little nefarious. Judge Jigoku? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seishiro, you fool. As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he had run out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. Ah! Drebber. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed when nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London's cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night... Blast! People find out the convict wasn't really executed. The scandal will rock the very foundation of the Empire. Then, that's you, I think.
Then what do we do?
Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku! Shoot Asogi at once! We can't live now this has happened. He has to go.
What are you talking about? You had an agreement! You promised him he could return to Japan!
Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished forever! Come on, Jigoku! Do it! Pull the trigger! Shoot! Good thing they had a gun on him. Oh wait, Jigoku had a gun. Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him, and magically didn't see us. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he'd just emerged. When I later learnt of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear 2 things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night. Yo, Zeeks, move over a little bit. What the fuck, dude? Was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request.
You coerced him too? Using what happened in the graveyard?
By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. Also, just a quick reminder, we kind of glossed over it. The Japanese won the duel, just so you all know. With a katana. Keep that in mind. Carry that with you forever. I merely reminded him of that.
How do you sleep at night?
These past 10 years, I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
Objection!
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you! I saved Clint Van Zeeks from dishonor in his death.
Objection!
You desecrated his corpse.
Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame.
It was unavoidable! It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order.
Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more.
That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you all see what I've done for this country? This has been a struggle. This has been my struggle.
Objection!
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zeeks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court while enduring the disgrace of the Reaper's name.
Japanese. I'm gonna cry if there's like literally a lead-in line at the end here where it's the Japanese ... from And Inspector Gregson! Fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No. The darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little... When will you get it through your thick skulls?
That it was all for Queen and Country. I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power, to make others do your bidding. Nothing more.
People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again! Nice. Come on, fire. Oh. Well, dear me, my good fellows, dear me! A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for quite a marvelous performance! What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions. That beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness.
You fraud. Keep your mockery.
Please. Don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said.
What are you trying to say?
I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and... How did you put it? Done nothing? I confess, it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly. But yes, I really have done nothing. Which means... I can be indicted for nothing! No? What? What is this baloney he's about to spout, or is spouting?
He's about to point out that he never killed anyone.
Oh,
and that
boo-hoo!
all he ever did was talk to people, which isn't illegal.
all I ever did was conspire to kill numerous people.
Was commit blackmail, extortion.
And the people I literally said I did this for, all the people who could have proven this have been assassinated. And you know what? I sent the assassin on them. But it's true. Personally, I've committed no crime. I've merely... I think his hair got pointier.
Yeah, no, it's definitely been changing.
I've merely been surrounded by fools who have acted very rashly indeed.
Objection!
Oh, dude. You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital. And deep down, I believe you also know. His hair's gonna get too long and it's gonna catch on fire. And to fight those who dwell, there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murders of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself!
If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would be completely broken down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century.
Precisely. As it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force. A comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters have been discussed. Oh my god. Sholmes has been broadcasting this.
Oh my god.
All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order and to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, what say you? He has a point. The things Lord Strongheart has done is quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, isn't it our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? You can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. And by fair means or foul, that's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. Ooh.
Oh shit.
Are you hearing this?
This is the will of the British judiciary.
Finally, he's drinking. For your rousing response, my friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. You've conclusively proven his guilt. Yet still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do.
Inosuke,
Looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me. Use evidence.
Gun! Shoot him!
Yes. As I know only too well. The only thing that carries any weight in court. The only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence. But Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial? I have an idea. Sorry, the theme's overwhelming me. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence.
It's gun, just shoot him.
It's
No, it's gun, shoot it!
Take that!
Yes! Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier. We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoings now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl somehow. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage. Don't you? Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave! All right, here goes.
Ow, 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 ow! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time, a gentle tug will suffice.
Mr. Sholmes!
You're looking quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo. Because I'm over here.
Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, he's... Oh! No fucking way!
Fucking way! Oh my god!
Isn't this one of Sholmes' like famous things?
Did he teleport?
No, his cloaking device. He was a master of like camouflage. It's Mr. Sholmes! Okay, wait, no, what the fuck's happening here?
Yeah,
wait, no, he's a hologram. Oh my
hologram.
god!
Yeah. Yes, he is a master of disguise.
I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes.
Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart.
What? What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in irons! This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man. Oi! There's no pee-pee! It's unwhackable, my lord!
Oh my god!
It's...
No
I can't believe this! We've never had a pee-pee we couldn't whack before! No! No!
Kino, absolute cinema. I have no other words.
Look at him go! Wait, we just go right through him! It's cutting it.
There's no way, man. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. You see,
Oh!
I am merely a looks at the screen, a 3D 3D image! Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions.
Mr. Sholmes? What on earth is...
Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone?
Well, yes. I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place.
Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company? I'm mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device, specifically for this very day.
Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes. What a modest description. He's like 8 feet tall, what the hell?
Somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene.
Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes. Now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes?
I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept.
Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner. Leave my courtroom at once! Get out! Or I swear to you!
Dear me.
Yeah, little thief.
You, on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking.
So this is actually pretty cool too, because like we have Sholmes literally standing behind us on the bench, right?
Yeah.
Which is amazing. But also like like at the end of 3, there's the moment with Mia standing behind Phoenix, right? And it's a bit reflective of that.
Where exactly are you?
Oh my god, he's gonna be at the fucking grand exhibition. Everyone in the world's seeing this.
The very question I was waiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden.
A garden?
Not just any garden, you understand.
Oh!
A garden at Buckingham Palace.
Oh! What? You can't be! Buckingham Palace? What's Buckingham Palace,
funny.
Miss Susato? I've never heard of it. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? Is Iris with you there?
Well now. Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty.
Oh my god. Her Majesty?
Not just any Her Majesty, you understand? Her Majesty the Queen of the British Empire.
What? What on earth is all this about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo. Order! Order in the court! I demand silence! Her Majesty the Queen! You can't be. I mean, no! This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all!
Unforgivable, distasteful trickery! What an apt description. Closed court session, attended by elite members of the judiciary, is a rare event. I presumed that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So, I decided to show her everything. From start to finish.
Huh? You showed her?
Indeed. By dint of the Holo-Sholmes remote kinematograph.
The kinograph. You meddling!
This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assumed there would be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know.
You!
I confess, I'm quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivable, distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years.
No! I was merely... Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Iris! There you are. In fact, I have a little message from Her Majesty. A message! Iris is upset. She doesn't get to read it.
Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, ahem. Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked for evermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days.
Jury.
So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all.
Male Strongheart. The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future. Because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. Let me get in position here. In the eyes of the law, and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned! Oh! Holy fucking shit.
Holy shit!
Holy fucking shit. Oh. Oh, man. He fell into the fucking witness stand. Give me 2 seconds to grab water. I'm going to die if I don't.
Okay, I'm gonna go pee really quick.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damned document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Oh, Masami also AFK. Oh, I'll give him a sec. I didn't hear that he was AFK. Yeah, that might be the best breakdown. I mean, he had like 3. Really. He had the just the stand-up scream, which is cool.
Mm-hmm.
He had the clapping, even though that wasn't really a breakdown as much as it was like him like securing his victory. But obviously they needed to put that in there because he reflects Gant. Here, in case you missed it.
I watched on YouTube.
Okay, cool.
Which precipitated the jailbreak prop, I presume.
What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt.
What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me.
Sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry?
How can that be?
There is more to his last will and testament.
What?
Sorry, I thought I didn't wait for like a line to finish and I skipped it. As I confront the prospect of my demise. You know, it's funny, earlier when I started reading the letter, right? I just did like a big scream, so my throat was kind of like off kilter. I was just gonna try and read it in Ryunosuke's voice because he was reading a letter, but then my voice sounded a bit different. I'm like, I guess this is Clint's voice now. Funny how that worked out. As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Barok, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Asogi is a fine detective, and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. She didn't. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks. The Japanese. The racism counter has reached 0, everyone.
The Van Zeeks! Clint.
Male Strongheart. You colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now? A whole decade later. This is a great question.
He was planning on becoming the.
It was just so peak. I needed to make it so peak.
Yeah,
yeah.
but he was planning on moving up in the world, becoming the Attorney General.
Yeah. To ascend to the very peak.
Had a clean house.
These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained.
How could you?
I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe. Like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away.
And for your ambition to succeed. Did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed?
Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something?
Such as...
You've very much been adopted. Wait, no.
Yeah, sure.
You've very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were.
Take your throne, king! That works for me.
Suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend. My lord! I kneel! As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say...
I was the only one not yelling for Strongheart, by the way.
Yeah. I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil
that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks, in no small part, to the efforts of a bright young star from the East. Defense Counsel Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord.
The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations
I don't know what that means.
that if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it.
What?
But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for my countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent.
Oh, Lord Van Zeeks. Am I? He makes the face. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Susato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. Sorry about that. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes.
Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief!
And Iris for keeping me fed. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now. But actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain. Sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair.
And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth. Who do it instinctively, even.
But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows, until eventually, it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is true and just. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Amen.
must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus.
It's all downhill from here, my dear fellow. What?
Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced.
Thank you very much.
So, until our paths cross again somewhere,
Are you kicking me out?
well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long. Prosecutor Barock van Zieks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Barock van Zieks, not
Super not
guilty.
guilty.
Is super not.
Unbelievably not guilty. There was a second floor of the gallery. Oh my god. How long has that been there? We've done it.
That is all. Court is adjourned.
Damn, a minute late.
Yeah.
It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo. I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side, though. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Miss Susato. Oh! Kind words mean so much to me. It really was a splendid show, that, Mr. Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear. But you look rather glum. Where are my grandkids? Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict, but in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh, well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zieks' smiling face, everything will seem much better. The muscles have not returned yet. They're so atrophied. Miss Susato. Everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh, dear. I really shouldn't have presumed.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable.
What are you talking about? You knew I was a threat from the start. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear.
What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today.
Oh. Well, thank you. What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here. Cut to Kazuma being next to us, not smiling. Kazuma.
Ah.
Cut to Kazuma standing next to us, not smiling. Kazuma's like, do I have to kill Van Zeeks for his hand in marriage now? For Ryunosuke's hand in marriage? What's going on here?
Do I have to kill Susato?
Miss Susato! There's another face like thunder here. Oh, my! He really was here.
So it's like, I feel like I got NTR'd, but I'm not sure in what way.
Not really, I don't know what's going on here.
Lord Van Zeeks?
Yo. Hey man, how's it going? How you been?
Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal.
Good, and I won't die myself now.
Congratulate me or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper.
No?
I owe you an apology.
No. It is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps. I made an unforgivable error in judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that at least, I can't withhold respect.
What the hell is this? No, really, what the fuck is this? Cosmo, you're not giving this guy complete absolution in how you see him? The guy was handed a rigged case. What the fuck are you talking about?
Your words mean more to me than you can know. I will hold them dear.
Well, they seem to understand each other, so I guess that was actually the best they could do. Kazuma-sama. Kazuma-sama des.
I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me.
What's that?
The will that Lord Clint Van Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father.
Hmm? Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I've confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks.
What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? Mikotoba?
Sholmes? Yeah, let's go with Mikotoba. Oh, we're gonna be wrong. I think perhaps... Mikotoba. I might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father! It was 10 years ago, as you know. The day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agreed to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Eugene, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. Okay, I guess he was full man at this point. Never mind the voice I was giving him. He grew up real quick. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once. In secret. And telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there.
Oh, Iris is Zeke's daughter?
Iris is
Clint's?
Zeke's daughter.
Yeah,
okay.
Clint's daughter. Okay.
The lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way. And she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please. You're her only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew. As his dying wish. Interesting. She's a Zeke's. How about that? Uncle Barock!
Uncle Barock!
I guess I have a daughter now. Niece daughter now. This isn't so bad. My goodness. I swore to the man that I would help. That I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you? Tomorrow night, you're going to be... You never know though, do you? What life will bring. Alright then. Tell me the address. I'll head there at once. Seishiro and... No! Not with him! Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you. And only you, Eugene. Well, you see, everyone, Zeke's bloodline has been changing over the course of the game. Remember?
Yeah, Iris became Japanese.
Even though that's not possible because she's not his daughter. So, right. I see. Very well then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house. In the middle of nowhere it was.
Secret British.
An old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. Interesting, we get to see what she looks like. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her water to precipitate the labor before she weakened further. But it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. And lo and behold, I created a genius. I birthed a genius. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. Okay, it's a purse on top of it. Okay. It had clearly been well looked at over the years. Made of top quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville. Okay, so it wasn't an affair, it was just his wife hiding out somewhere? Okay, fine. Sure. But Baskerville? You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zeeks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter.
But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter.
I suppose he didn't really have any choice.
What?
Well, your brother said that he'd confessed everything to his wife. She must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer.
So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zeeks family as much as possible. I don't believe it.
I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought it to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. Fuck.
The Japanese.
I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. Without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. Oh, how awful. I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume. Yes. He took one look into my eye and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes. He has a heart of gold. Really. All it can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. And, you know, make sure she survived birth. Oh? When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. Oh, this is a cool idea. So it was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba. In other words, the name of my mother? Ayame Mikotoba. Oh! You mean they didn't figure it out at the Sholmes part? That's right. Ayame. Or in English, Iris. Iris? Wait, I'm stupid. I didn't figure that out instantly. I had no idea. Ouch! Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong? His ear just got pulled.
Yeah, yeah. Good.
This little thing just pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket. Hard.
My dear fellows, can you hear me?
Mr. Sholmes? Is that you? Ow! Yes, we can hear you.
You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you.
Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius.
Indeed it was, wasn't it? I've surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief in injustice would require such measures.
Bruno, Susie. Oh, hi, Iris. Oh, that's my niece. Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious. Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews more delicious tea than you do, Iris. Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too.
I'm afraid I couldn't.
The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again. No, really? Oh, poo.
But I give you my word. That I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude.
Oh, how lovely. You've promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then. All right, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier. Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon. I feel like I lost the Iris voice over the last couple of streams. Ow! Ooh. One final pinch goodbye, was it?
Well, I think I ought to be leaving.
Why?
Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to accompany me?
Certainly. Put the mask back on. And the hood.
Couple of fucking emos right here.
I need you to wear it, Kazuma. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life.
Wait, Lord Van Zeeks. Stop.
Yes.
What are you intending to do now?
Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office.
Oh no!
I intend to publicize the full truth about the Professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zeeks family will be ostracized completely from London society.
Surely not.
So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital.
He's gonna go start the orange farm like Jeremiah Gottwald.
Yeah.
He's kind of got the outfit on now that I'm looking at him. Oh. I see. You want to come to Japan?
He's coming to Japan.
You wanna come to Japan?
He's gotta sow the fucking Edgeworth seeds.
Yep. Don't be a fool. Probably Cosmo saying it. Yeah.
Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Rinosuke Naruhodo.
This is the gay manga shit kicking in, where they don't hang out anymore. They got to stay a little distant. The longing is necessary. Really, no Zeke smile? Kazuma Asogi. Seems as though he's really matured suddenly. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must. Really? No Zeke smile? It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. My eugenics plan to create the ultimate lawyer. I'm home! Oh!
Damn!
About time you got here. We've been waiting for ages, Odo. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? It's a party, ain't it? Gotta go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it? There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Yeah, invite her, fuck it. Right. I'll remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak.
You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba.
The world-famous great detective regaling his partner with the tale of his adventures. A sight to behold.
Dare to hazard a guess. Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk, I found abandoned in his cabin.
Oh my god, Sholmes. Oh my god. I would believe it, yes.
I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise.
I wonder why that is. Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes?
What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before?
Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. There's just a hole in his head.
This was 2 days ago.
Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Professor Mikotoba.
Well, it's a fresh Sholmes is the issue.
Yeah. I'm finally back from the Bailey.
And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Mrs. Sato awaits.
Susato got home first? I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time. Did you get her pregnant? Where are my kids? Haruno, there you are. Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to fill me boots. Goodness. Is that really true, Gina? Yup. I'm losing me coppers, clobbers, and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. And anyway, no matter how hard I try... The Reaper ain't never gonna accept a driver-turned-dick, is he? Well, people can change, you know.
Ah, yes. That reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now-defunct piece of evidence.
Eh? It's the Inspector's pocket watch. Ah, one more Gregson theme. And the crown has been reattached. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, they measured every second of the man's remarkable career. But now, it's stopped. Gina, take it.
Become Inspector Punch.
You have to fulfill the legacy. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again. Yes! Someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me. There's no one else. There ain't no one else. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, it was my boss. Yes, Jenny. Yes, he was. Now it's Smug Tsundere. That's a new pose.
Yeah, her chin looks massive in this pose.
That's a new pose that we've never seen before. She looks very pretty here. Oh yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Oh! Alright, then it's decided. I'll do it. And I swear, I'll find your dad and bring him in kicking and screaming.
I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate.
Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well... I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny. Eh? Iris? Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I want to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out. So many people. Haley, Bruno, Professor Mickey. Oh, no, not at all, my dear. Really. You owe no apology to anyone. Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it, because I've finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is, or where he's from. Don't you agree? Early?
With every word, Iris.
Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy.
I think, Mikotoba?
Yes, Sholmes.
I think I ought to express my gratitude to you.
Oh,
For 6 years, you and I solved many mysteries together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I never should have experienced it, were it not for you.
you old softy, Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it.
Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital. Wouldn't you say?
Oh well, the food would go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley. Clown! Remember, she's in charge. He's the kid.
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris?
Amazing. Amazing. Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective. And my home too. My greatest family. Alright, show me Susato's room. And tell me those are onions so I can turn this game off. Never having to wonder again.
Right.
This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst living here.
I forget what it's called.
And I think now, time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo. Oh, Professor. Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yes. Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh. With Iris, I mean. And the subject of her father came up. Or Clint Van Zeeks. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin, after all. Lord Clint Van Zeek's final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes. I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato-san... calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why? When I heard Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. Stumbled across the crux of that terrible case. The dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later, you'd have made the connection to the Van Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. A story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Ah, yes. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of the huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigation you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I've never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris's The Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean. Sholmes sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course. Ah. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter, and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father. That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Is she pregnant? Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Oh, right, this. Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. Dude, are you serious? Really? You just dismantled the judiciary. What are you fucking talking about?
Yeah, I gotta fucking leave.
Yeah, for my safety. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. The path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes. That's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. That's an awkward sentence. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. I have. Very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow. But I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Now with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame. Never mind. I'm sure there will be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night. Susato-san! I just wanted to let you know I'm back. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well... From the part about Iris's real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out. Oh, no. That's quite alright. I already knew that it's what you'd decide, Naruhodo-san. You did? Come on. Hold hands. Or something. Come on. Susato-san. Yes? I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose... You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. Ryunosuke, please. Please. Brother. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. Japanese writing moment. Signs of Japanese game writing. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh. Yes, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Sorry. Anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Susato-san. She's like, there's just one more thing I want to say, as she like opens her door and like, you know, like leans on it, like shakes her head a little bit, like, you know, it's like, I don't get it. She must be mad at me. Thank you. Push him down! Let everyone in the fucking street know! Come on!
Judo flip them.
I hate you, Capcom.
Interesting. I thought they were gonna draw on the other eye. I guess I didn't do it.
Yeah, that might be in like the credits or something. They show that.
Right.
7th of November, 5:42 a.m. Port of Dover, Quayside. Can't believe this day's finally come. You're really leaving then, Runo? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Of course, I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least. Felt like old times.
Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while.
I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. Alright, Iris. You do that.
Honk.
Just grab her. Oh.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually,
Sorry, buddy.
I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Oh my god, he's right behind us.
Ryunosuke.
Oh, we get to hear Kazuma! Oh wait, no, we already heard Kazuma.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Yes.
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but
God, the voice acting here is so good.
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But we're both defense lawyers, so
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
Take the sword.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
That's kind of gay.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
Yeah.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course,
Oh
and
my
Naruhodo-san has
God.
made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
He's like, I gotta get these two laid. Jesus Christ.
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
Yeah.
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
Wow. They're married now. Awesome.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me. Ah!
They don't realize they're both gods.
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
Wow.
Wow. She wanted it, man.
Your
Push him
fine
down.
judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Bruno, your ship's about to leave.
I was close!
Time
Not
to go
too
then.
far off.
Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
This is about to get gay.
Okay, we gotta touch tips before we go.
Here's the animated cutscene. Wow.
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Ivo?
That's so gay.
That's so gay.
That's so gay.
Don't
That's
forget
cool.
me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
You did before.
And Mr. Sholmes.
Oh no, he's gonna speak.
Thank you
Oh,
so
we've heard
much.
him before.
I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country.
Yeah.
I'm coming. You can't.
He remains a threat.
The world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes, would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain.
Oh.
A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes' face was alight with joy.
Right, so this is Mikotoba.
The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
Alright, focus up. We're about to fight the credits.
I know.
That was great. That was fantastic. Fuck this guy.
Yeah, fuck this guy though.
I've been thoroughly indubited with inquiries about remote cinematography, but no purveyor of electrical goods, in order to promise close-court secrecy. Anyway, I've decided an absence from London is in order, a sojourn in distant climes, the Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever.
Good designs. Thank you, Kazuya Nuri. I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy." But it made Hurley cry. I gave him some lotion I'd invented as well to dye his hair red safely. But he said that he might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it.
In those days when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of the young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future.
No Zeke smile. I'm shocked at that. That's like the staple of the series is like, you break them down, you get that smile. The boss left a note for me, you know. And I can read every letter now, A to Z, the whole lot. I cleared a load of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, say. And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby are gonna keep doing for the Londoners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he, you know. Thank you, Gina. Jaina, truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. You might be a diver at heart, but it's a good heart. You've reminded me I need to be true to myself. Got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London town for the foreseeable. And then, I've got to complete your education in the art of detection a la Gregson, as they say. Smirks! my fucking hero! Yeah, Gregson had it rough. Yeah, Gregson had it rough in these games. I really, really appreciated his position. Your Excellency! This man is accused of illegal entry into whatever the fuck. Objection! Oblique overstatement overruled. The minister has been detained in Britain anyway. Who is this caddish counsel for the defense? And this one's too fast. Oh, really? My friend Susato-san in the British courtroom all the time and doing a wonderful job. Oh my god, he's back in this one. Perhaps I should have engaged the services of a regular legal team. That's pretty fucking funny.
Yeah.
I missed like half of that, but that's pretty fucking funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, this game as a whole like might just be the best game somehow. Like it's probably not better than 3. Oh, hold up. Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses? Yes, they are. Fish corpses, on the whole. I'd like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama? Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? No. And I'm glad.
Aww.
Wow.
Can't wait to give you your autopsy, Mom.
I think that's kind of cool, actually. I kind of like that. So I did some calculations here. Oh, wait. Well, speaking of calculations.
Here I am again in Great Britain on the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd show me around now and that everything was settled. But what have I done? I was so excited. I picked the splendid hotel and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Barock, come to my rescue again, please. I just wish I could thin the air sometimes.
I wish I could appear into thin air sometimes. But yeah, as so last time on the stream, I noted that there would need to be like 10 hours to beat out the trilogy in playtime. When I went to make that waxwork impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even in the witness stand of the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. You mean you knew? The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there is nothing we Tuspels would not do. That's pretty funny. But the game time didn't update until after I closed last night's stream. And now being 5.5 hours into this, we have beaten out the trilogy's playtime by a little bit. I thought this guy was free. Why is this guy in jail?
Everyone calls me gossip. I was all tip as the passerbys, you know.
Hey, everyone calls me a pepino, and I sell the spaghetti. It's more red than my head.
Oh, hey, everyone, they come me. No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous.
Oh, Daily, how charming. You've made lots of new friends here, I see.
Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike it rich together.
Oh, I'm divorcing you. That's the end of the last game. That was the real final boss, was having to pull the Italian accent out suddenly.
When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take. And however it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I ended up on the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defending me.
Wow!
But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Till then, I leave Kurama in your care.
Wow! I've made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest whilst you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney. Oh, fuck. Ah, there it is!
Ah, there it is!
They brought Wagahai! Holy shit, they brought Wagahai. Hell yeah. Where's Mikotoba? I guess he's taking the picture.
Yeah. Beautiful. God, look at him.
Oh. Oh my god, look at her curves in that outfit. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. The kitties! Dude, Many Memo. I fucking love Many Memo.
The hero to the people. Let that boy cook.
But yeah, this is beating out the length of the trilogy by like 30 minutes. Yeah, this game was excellent overall. I don't think it quite hit like the emotional highs of Trials and Tribulations, which kind of to be expected.
Yeah, I think part of that is because it wasn't like a character related to Ryunosuke or Susato that was like the juxt of it. Like, Cosmo is a close friend, and it does affect them, but it's not like it was like one step removed from directly affecting our main characters.
It was a little grandiose rather than It was a little grandiose rather than like it coming down to like the smallest possible place. Drebber was awesome.
Drebber's the best.
Drebber is fucking awesome. I think he might have had the best like culprit designs. These two weren't in it. Tuspels was excellent. She was fun. She was a lot of fun. Scythe and her daughter are like giga baddies.
Yeah, they're S tier.
What the fuck is that?
The scalpels!
When did she whip out the 500 scalpels? I didn't see Wagahai there. They call me the sandwich.
Oh, the sandwich! Actual hero.
Loved Venus.
I don't understand why Daly went to jail.
He wasn't! I think that's a plot hole, dude! I think because he was just in the hospital before, remember? Yeah, like this cast was really good. There was like it was a very deep game, right? Oh yeah, Shum started dancing. Aw, like there was a very deep connection to all this, but it wasn't as I would say it's probably not as endearing as the. It's definitely not as endearing as the. Oh, okay. Excellent.
That's beautiful.
That's awesome. God, he's enormous. When did he do that? Yo.
Yeah, and while like obviously it is overall really good, I don't think it's right that the first game was like burner fodder for the setup of the second game, right?
Yeah. I suppose it's good that it was, so that the second game could kind of like fix the problems as needed. Yay.
Like, it worked out, but it's probably not the way to do it.
Like, they clearly realized the problems with the first game, because they're not in this game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there was, like, what? Like, one fucking jury summonation?
There was one, like, in every trial section, but it was short. It was always, like... no one was as stupid in this one. But, yeah. He definitely caught his stride, with this game. And, like, they can make another one. Like, there's really no reason there's not more... They could not use these characters in another game at all.
No?
If anything, I would maybe like to see that. And, in fact, I would love to see it involved with the Fae Clan. Is what I would want to see in a future
third
game.
one, they're back in Japan, and there's something with the Fae Clan.
Yeah. That would be awesome. I think that would be excellent. I always saw people saying, like, when's the next Great Ace Attorney? And I'm like, I see it. Yeah, this second game is pretty damn good overall. That third case was fucking incredible.
Yeah.
This case was really good, for sure. Wow. This case was, like, really fucking good. I don't know if it's, like, S tier good, but it's, like, A+ tier good, right? It was impressive. Had a lot of twists and turns. The obfuscation of the mystery was all, like, really, really good. Do I have, like, is there, like, an extras page? Special content. What we got? Oh, right, the outfits we didn't change.
Oh.
Ha! He's got a mouse on him. Look at that.
I didn't even know about this.
Oh.
We fucked up.
We may have fucked up a little bit.
I just didn't know.
Oh no. Not Sholmes' Japanese jumble mix.
But oh my fucking god.
Wow.
No way.
Nothing for
Nothing for Iris?
Nothing for Iris? I feel like that's a mess. She should have had a cute outfit. Cute little Japanese outfit.
Naruhodo's killing it. I mean, they're all killing it, but... Damn.
Remind me when we play 5 and 6. I'm gonna buy the Apollo trilogy for them. They have all the costumes unlocked. Well,
Okay.
remind me to turn on the costumes for like one of the cases, okay? For like one of the middle cases.
Middle case, yeah, I will. Damn. I didn't know.
Oh no, I fear this. What is this? What the fuck is this? Escapades? In the first of 8 escapades, Ryunosuke finds 2 troublemaking witnesses from his earlier trial having a battle of words in the defendant's antechamber, leading to a real tongue lashing. What?
Is this an additional scene? Some short extra episodes. Shit, we could have doubled the length of the game.
Yeah, a bunch of short stories. Yeah, that one was brief.
Yeah, that was just like an
concept art.
Oh, yeah, where he kind of looks like Phoenix. I see it.
Yeah. In fact, I feel... I don't know, maybe it's best that they went with what they did. But, however, I do kind of like that top left one.
No, it looks
that,
good.
that top row looks really nice.
I kind of like the glasses one.
Yeah, never look at concept art. Yeah, I kind of really like the glasses one. Hell, I even like the middle one with the top knot, like the stylized top knot.
Yeah,
which would be the one on the right. Yeah, I think that would look good.
Yeah.
He's a little too cool is the issue, I think.
Right, which I think they did go with the right design for this reason.
Yeah, he's a little like... Oh no. Oh no, I fear looking at Susato's concept art. Yeah, her shawl that's actually in the box art. Oh, okay.
A little bit younger looking.
She looks 16 here. She's a fucking 25-year-old woman, but I keep forgetting that Susato's 16. It's fucking weird.
It's odd. Yeah, like here if anything, she looks like
she looks pretty
14,
young
15.
here. Yeah. Okay.
Well, they definitely knew what kind of hair they wanted for her, it seems.
Yeah.
He looks too fuckable here. All this crap that he never used. Dude, you look huge. No concept art? This is his best outfit. I love it when he looks wearing that.
He looks. Although the one.
There you go. He looks tired and drugged. Oh, there you go.
Oh.
Yeah, steampunk. Would have had black hair. I think they made the right choice.
Yeah, no, the blonde Sholmes looks great. Although I like the whatever art you sent me last night, where it's him without the hat and his jacket's open.
Yeah, let me post that in the... Okay, yeah. So one of my options for the final thumbnail here, guys, was this. Kind of a weird image. I'm sure it's for like some celebratory thing, anniversary thing or whatever, because Ryunosuke has a weird sword, and Kazuma has Karuma back. But yeah, look at Sholmes' design here, where it's jacket open, no hat. And he looks fucking sick. Yeah, it is a nice image, because then they both have, Kazuma and Ryunosuke have their armbands kissing.
Yeah.
So that's nice. Huh. Oh, they definitely went with the better final design.
Pretty anime.
Yeah, pretty anime. Even though she has the heart, she has a, I don't even know what you want to call this. Her hair is literally in a bow. Which, honestly, that's more interesting than, whoops. Oh, you can double click it. Oh, there's commentary. This is an illustration from a time when I had Iris in a hat for her out and about clothing. At this stage, her character hadn't been finalized, so I drew her older than in the final game and with more ladylike hair. These sketches were done when I was exploring some elements of a magical girl to incorporate into Iris' character design as a way of giving her more punch. She has a much brighter look here than in the previous illustration.
That right one looks really smug.
She's smug.
Just the eyebrows.
This is an illustration I drew, and Iris was almost complete. It contains all of the key elements that make up her design, though her face is a little more mature than in the final cut. That's funny. I want to hear what they have to say. I'm not going to read all of these, but let me see this. These sketches are from the very first proposals. No scenarios had been written at the time, so I had Ryunosuke younger than he ended up, and his hairstyle was based more heavily on his descendants than on something faithful to the period. Makes sense. I would say he actually looks older there, weirdly enough.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Male hairstyle. Oh, there's actually 2 pages to this. I have to drag it to change it. What the hell? Male hairstyles during the period, Meiji Japan, were nowhere near as diverse as they are today. They were either cropped short, side parted, or swept back. I wrestled with various options to create something that was realistic and faithful to the period, and Ryunosuke's personality, while still being suggestive of his descendants' manga-style hair. Oh, you did pretty good then. This is an early proposal sketch when it wasn't yet clear how folksy to make Susato. Later, in parallel with Mr. Takami's scenario development, I got a better feel for her character and softened her into a refined young lady. Okay. Okay, that's cool. That it's like you're supposed to read through all of them. Oh, these are nice. I gotta piss like horribly, so let me get through these. Nerd.
Whoa.
Yeah, I could see that actually. The glasses actually wouldn't be too far off. These are some sketches I did during a transition phase when we were considering who should have glasses. Eventually, it was settled on that being Sotaru Hosonaga. Ouchie doesn't count. Whose design I was also working on at the time. So Kazuma ended up with his Hachimaki headband instead. For a while, competition for who would become the bespectacled one was fierce. Cool. Oh, they definitely nailed his final design.
You know, he looks great.
He has cool hair. Oh, man. Yeah, hold on. What is... Here we have the British prosecutor. Yep. Okay. I took inspiration from vampires, werewolves, fallen angels, and the like, incorporating lots of dark elements into the man's design, bringing them all together by portraying him as a member of the aristocracy. And his clothing extremely ostentatious, drawing on elements from a variety of traditional British ceremonial and military attire. I also added some extra ribcage-like details around the midriff. Oh, was that the intent?
Guess so.
Gave him the cloak. Okay. No, not far from they knew what they wanted. Good God. Okay.
They did not know what they wanted.
They did not know what they wanted. I lied.
That's the Legend of the Galactic Heroes character.
So this is funny because this kind of looks like one of the guy in Investigations 2 that I think is your main rival.
Okay.
Although he's like a kid and like a nerd and ugly. People like him though. It's a very early illustration I came up with and rejected a lot of different ideas myself over a long period of time. I submitted only the one that resonated most with me to Mr. Takumi and was given the go-ahead to proceed. Among the main cast, this character underwent a unique development process. I didn't show anybody my designs for the prosecutor, including the drawings from this stage of the process. Oh yeah, no, that's just Sephiroth on the right. Okay.
I think they went with the right design. Oh,
that was kind of cool.
Oh,
actually, that's pretty cool.
I think the middle one looks really nice, yeah.
Yeah. If anything, I may have preferred this because I think the issue with Zeke's design is you go, yo, it's Edgeworth.
Yeah, I also think he has a bit of a, I don't actually think his design matches his personality too much. Like, obviously he is, like, really, like, intimidating, but he's not a vampire, despite the fact that he looks like a vampire. It's not how he, like, talks or acts.
Yeah.
Like, I know he's got the wine and stuff, but, oh, yeah, sure, there you go.
Oh, okay. Nice. Hilarious. Supreme Court of Judicature Judge. Interesting. Okay, can you tell me what the fucking bleeding was? His design is built on the idea of a young man with fragile good looks who wouldn't be out of place in even the most delicate of situations. The reason for the chick motif on the napkin that you literally can't see in game was a kind of covert foreshadowing of Giselle's involvement, and because the restaurant was originally going to specialize in serving game. Okay? Okay.
Initiation? I need to know.
No, I don't think she was. Yeah, okay. An immediately obvious Russian appearance. Her image is based on the idea of a Russian fairy, and I implemented her as a beautiful, reticent young woman of a fairer complexion. Her feline friend is obviously a Russian blue. Oh yeah, I forgot about the cat. This is the most plain character in all of Ace Attorney.
Whoa.
He looks like he's in a bathrobe.
He just looks like Santa, like...
There's a big LOL, I'm gonna read this one. Jurors! I was given instructions that the jurors didn't need any particular idiosyncrasies, but just in case, I thought I'd design some characters with a variety of unique traits, and it was those designs that were picked. LOL. As a result, there was really little difference between the jurors and the witnesses, which meant I'd given myself a lot of extra work to do. But seeing court battles that indicate both jurors and witnesses justified all the effort. Okay.
Look at him.
Oh my god, he's so much shorter than I thought he was.
What are you talking about? He's huge.
Yeah. Here, you know what? I'm gonna keep reading these, so let me go use the bathroom. I'm not just sitting here feeling awful.
I will also pee. Sorry, cat that was sitting on my lap.
Mr. Takumi had asked for Soseki to come across as someone with a very nervous disposition and erratic behavior, so I concluded that his facial expression would have to be a key part of his design. I approached the design from that angle, playing around with various different facial expressions. Even though he's based on a real person, the Soseki of this game has a unique appearance with some heavily exaggerated features. The emotion expressed by his eyes is a particularly important part of his design. I hadn't specifically been asked to include the cat, but I sketched the tricolor calico at Soseki's feet and was delighted when Magahai was picked up and used in the game. Oh, that's great. Uh-huh. Alright, his ass was like burnt. Yeah, the sun and moon, as well as a pufferfish for Joan. I never even thought about that. Yeah, compared to the newlyweds of the constable, of Constable and Mrs. Beat, with their passionate love for each other, the Garadebs are an older couple, and I wanted to show a different form of love in their relationship. Right? I didn't even think about that.
What I missed? What happened?
So the creator here points out, or the character designer here points out that this case with these two, there is another couple in it. That there's another married couple, but one is newlywed and one has been married for a while. I never even realized that. Oh, look at Patty. They were modeled on the idea of dolls, wooden marionettes or porcelain dolls, and are supposed to have a fantasy world image despite being virtually penniless to bring out their genuineness and their sweet personalities. Oh. Tobias Gregson. I designed Gregson as a stereotypical Scotland Yard detective of the day. His collar turned up, and the obligatory packet of fish and chips in his hand. As he's always stuffing them in his pockets, I imagine his hands and the lining of his pockets are constantly covered in chip fat. Lol. Whenever I see him eating, my stomach starts to rumble. Gina Lestrade. Gina was the character who underwent the most changes as a result of story rewrites. Originally, she wasn't going to be a pickpocket at all. It's amazing how close they kept her design in the next game. Consequently, I had to redesign her in the latter stages of the production process. Her outfit helps to portray her complete lack of money, and Mr. Takumi requested that I make her clothes not quite fit properly as well. Sure, yeah, her baggy shirt. That's the reason why her shirt is too large for her, for example. From my perspective, I wanted to allow her feminine spark to shine through from beneath her boyish appearance. Now we're talking, character designer.
Hero.
Yeah, Strongheart. I was aiming for a character who had an immediately palpable presence and whose bearing was overwhelmingly intimidating. My initial designs were quite militaristic, but Mr. Takumi asked for Strongheart to have an intellectual image instead, which gave rise to his current look, more reminiscent of a clergyman. His name, Vortex in Japanese, gave inspiration for his styling of his hair. There are also elements of unicorns woven subtly into his design, since the unicorn features in the British Royal Coat of Arms. No idea. For example, in profile, the front strand of Strongheart's hair looks like a unicorn's horn, as does the cane at his side. Okay, sure, yeah.
I see it, yeah.
I also drew elements from elements of other creatures, like the Black Panther, to portray not only his intellectual prowess, but also his ferocity. For his clothing, I tried to bring in features found in prosecutors' outfits. Also, we based him off of Gant. Egbert Benedict. Character design was designed to have the appearance of a quintessential English gentleman. I had a strong sense that I wanted to go in this direction with this character, so I put a lot of effort into his design and was very relieved when it was approved. His clothing is detailed with elements related to bricks and brick buildings. Yeah?
I guess his dad was a brick maker, but And
of course, he has numerous unusual flourishes and affectations to surprise players. So if any of you haven't seen them yet, do look out for them in the game. I'd like to give more details about other characters as well, but I think we'll have to call it a day. Really enjoyed it. Okay. What?
これより逆転裁判15年を振り返る特別法廷を開廷します。弁護側、検察側とも準備はよろしいですかな？
準備以前にどこですか？ここは。
大審院、大日本帝国の法廷です。いわゆる明治時代の。
いわゆる明治時代？
あ、それって。
We will meet some of our ancestors.
もっと驚こうよ、迷いちゃん。
どうやら時空がねじれたようです。あまり気にしないことです。それでは検察側はいかがですかな？準備の方は。
なんというか、僕。
Oh, it's Hiroshimono. That's funny.
今日はいろいろな都合でそちらに立っていただきます。
Whose memories are these?
大人の都合のほのかな香りがいたしますね。
失礼ですけど、
He looks so big.
あなたはどなたですか？妙に親近感があるような。確かに僕も同じことを考えていました。なんというか、とても他人とは思えないというか。
それではせっかくなのでお互い自己紹介を願いましょうか。
僕は弁護士のなるほど龍之介であります。
なるほど。お兄様では？何しろギザギザが多いですから。
生き別れの兄にはあいにく覚えがありません。聞いたことがあるぞ。僕の先祖に龍之介という名前の弁護士がいるって。
じゃあおじいさんは
僕のご先祖様？
今さりげなくおじいさん呼ばわりでございましたね。
なんだか妙に老け込んだ気分です。
Man, am I glad I checked for this.
やっぱりそういう。
Say it, Maya.
お隣のあなたは私のご先祖様なんですね。
Oh no. No, they're good. No, it's you talking me writing in the half sibling thing. No.
子孫の綾里迷いです。
私はホーム女子のMikotobaすさとでございますが。
完全に赤の他人だったね。
なんだろう、この強烈ながっかり感。
なんだか申し訳ございません。
I can fix.
I can fix this. Let's go, Maya. Oh, she still got it, boys.
確かに語呂は良いかと存じますが。
人類史上
Maya's a go-getter.
不条理なお願いをされましたね、すさとさん。
語呂はいいのにな。綾里すさと。
本日は逆転裁判15周年の
I hope this isn't like an hour, but also fuck it.
15周年ですか？
ええ、2001年初代逆転裁判が誕生。それを記念してこの1年いろいろやってきましたね。
そうそう、今年の1月にはでっかいイベントをやったり、15周年特別法廷、あれは楽しかったよね。
ああ、15年という。
No, I want to like skip to the end of this now if they're just gonna be talking about the series.
一言よろしいでしょうか。
なんですか？
時の重さをかみしめる記念であるのならば、まずなるほど様の生誕100年以上こそ祝うべきではございませんか。
100年以上？やめましょう、佐藤さん。時が重すぎて床が抜けます。
いやはや、まさに人生の先輩。ありがたいや。
拝まれてしまいましたね。
気軽に明治を振り回すのは控えた方が良さそうです。
それに去年は舞台をやったり、ついにテレビアニメにもなったりね。いやー、私たちも毎週お楽しみだったよね。
待った！テレビ？
Oh no.
一体何のことか。一から説明してもらおうじゃありませんか。
100年の壁は分厚いみたいだな、やっぱり。
ああ、
That Daisuke
今
Namikawa?
年はあれもありましたね。オーケストラコンサート。なんと9年ぶりだったそうです。
Just watching this is like, please announce 7. Fuck, God.
Yeah, in this, they're gonna.
オーケストラ？
コンサート？
It's in hiragana. That's so funny.
演奏会ですか？
Yeah, they don't know how to speak in katakana yet.
ベートーベン様、モーツァルト様、
Like blast?
納得してくれたみたいだ。
No, Bach! Oh, okay.
って風潮何だったんだろうね。
確かにね。シェイクスピアがサオーだっけ。
じゃあなるほどくんは差し詰めなるおだね。
沖縄はやめようか。こっちも老け込んだ気分になるよ。
I think that's Sasuke Namikawa.
It should be Yuki Kaji in theory.
大日本帝国国民待望の
That is-
大逆転裁判2。
I don't think that's Yuki Kaji voicing him right now.
Okay.
Maybe.
ありがとうございます。
Because that's Yoshimono.
僕たちもしっかり遊ばせてもらいましたよ。
私だって
Oh,
すっかり感動し
that,
ちゃった。
that could be any. It could be any voice
そうだ
actor.
ね。何しろ。すべての謎が今解き明かされましたからね。あれ？どうかしましたか？
This is so cool that they translated this.
この数年。
I can't think of the voice actress for Susato here, but it's whoever voices Asuna, I think.
Yeah, no, it's
I can't think of her name right now.
何しろ
Haruka something.
ご先祖から始まったわけです。いやはやありがたやありがたや。
異議あり。お言葉ですが、裁判長のただいまの発言は完全に矛盾しています。
Oh fuck.
どういうことですか？
実はさっきからずっと気になっていたんですけど、ご先祖様ある種やけに舐めらあれそうかな。ほらそれです。
確かになるほどくん机を叩くのにパカパカと絵が2コマしかない
It's
よ。
only 2 frames.
ちなみに異議ありはどんな感じですか？
Oh my god, no, don't do it to him!
異議あり。それは嘘ですよ。
Oh my god!
このパカパカプリ僕たちはこっちこそが先祖であり
Oh, cornered!
反論できない。
つまりお互いが
Almost threw my chair out the window just hearing cornered.
であると、それは時空がねじれるのも無理はございませんね。
それではそろそろ閉廷の時間です。
それで僕たちどうやって帰ればいいのですか？21世紀に。
明治の街をブラブラして時間を潰すというのはいかがでしょう？
大帝都東京は華やかですから100年なんてあっという間ですよ。
どうやら何としてもこの一言を僕に言わせる流れみたいですね。
おお先祖と元祖夢の共演だね。
それでは逆転裁判のさらなる発展を祈って皆様もご一緒にせーの。
迷いちゃ止めて
時代は回る。きっとそういうことですね。
それでは
あ
またどこかでお会いいたしましょう。
Vince. That was amazing.
I'm very glad I checked that. I'm sure these other things are really cool and probably pretty funny, but yeah, like this is elaborate. Whatever the fuck this whole story is here. 7 days of sin, evening of day 1, indictment. Well. What do you mean I failed to do anything in this game? Oh, okay, of the escapades, playing with the in-game outfits. For having dug around to find every argument about shovels and spades.
Yeah, I suppose
Damn
you didn't. Click on it one time, yeah.
Yeah, I think there was a time where I'm like, I'm not doing this.
Whoa.
Really? I don't know where this would have even been. We were on the fucking lookout for ladders.
Yeah, whoa.
Damn. Oh, okay. That would have been a fun. That would have been a fun thing to keep checking. This game was long as fuck though, so.
Yeah.
Having examined the bed in episode 2 of the Great Ace Attorney Adventures.
Which bed?
That would have been on the boat. What do you mean I didn't inspect the bed?
Huh. Okay.
No.
No.
Say it ain't. There was a ladder in Tuspills? What?
Damn.
Oh, okay, yeah. Just the beginning of the game, you fuck something up. For having examined Miss Green's bottle before it falls from the table in episode 2 of 2. What? I had time to do that?
Yeah.
The Noodler. For erroneously answering Mr. Sholmes' question about who might have something that belonged to the convict in episode 2, the Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. For talking with Gina after Ryunosuke regains consciousness following the incident with Toby.
Sure, we just
I could have gone back, I guess. What?
Yeah, we just went. Yeah, because we woke up in our room and then we went downstairs, and that's when we went into the episode.
Okay. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, we missed the.
Yeah, we missed the unknowable. How sad we missed the unknowable. That's cool though that those are there though in case you wanted to go see them.
If anything, it's nice that those exist because it's like you could look it up right on YouTube, right? Where it's like.
Sure, everyone knows by now who it is.
What? But unused voice lines?
Objection! Hold it! Your testimony completely contradicts the facts. Inconsistencies, I mean, yes, there's a clear inconsistency here. I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination.
They opted not to include these.
I will become a lawyer. I have to.
Whoa. Cool.
Susato Mikotoba, judicial assistant to the defense. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have vital evidence to substantiate the defense's claim.
Yeah, like I remember when she, I remember this line happening.
It really is a dream come true. We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves, if we have to. Prepare for a Susato takedown! Hiya!
Excellent.
Amazing.
Objection!
He had an objection line.
Now, let us engage in the art of deduction. Mr. Naruhodo. So everyone, let us begin. Holo-Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. It would seem the truth is now tantalizingly close. Yes, my mind is quite made up now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Holo-Sholmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
I needed an emo Sholmes line in here.
Objection!
Wow.
It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. The tea's brewed, and I have some freshly baked biscuits as well. Look!
Wow.
I used this! It's my latest invention! Iris Wilson is proud to present her logic and reasoning spectacular!
Yeah, she hit us with that domain once.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Objection!
I have faith in you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, as a lawyer and as a friend.
This guy's voice is great.
I'm determined to bring about change in our legal system.
In fact, I don't know if they got a Japanese guy speaking English for this. This might just be a British voice actor.
A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go and cuts down anything that's in my way.
No, that might be a Japanese guy.
Leave this to me.
Easy way to find
All you
out.
need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest.
Zeke's? Yeah.
Zeke's.
Objection!
The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb.
Oh my god. We did hear him talk, but I didn't quite process it.
Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you're a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur.
Cosmo's English is the only non-Japanese. Okay, that's kind of...
Objection! My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage! The prosecution refuses to accept this decision!
Wow.
This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Holo-Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection or some such. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed.
Do we need that one as a sound bite? Discord?
There's a lot of fucking music in this game. Special.
The Nipponese.
One of Ryunosuke's lines that you won't hear voiced in the game.
Mrs. Sato, I'd hoped to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me. Please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world.
Wow.
Huh.
Naruhodo-san, I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes. Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. It's quite true. I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Holo-Sholmes, and now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his art firsthand. It really is a dream come true.
Dude, they're gonna put us out of a job when 7 comes out. They're gonna voice the next game. Like the first game had like what, nothing? Like the beginning and the ending were voiced, right?
Yeah, like when the cutscene where Sholmes gets shot. You hear him talk in it.
Yeah. There were some animated scenes that had him. Yeah.
You know, at times, Mr. Naruhodo, I think that though I have an undeniable turn for detection, I may well be even more adept at larceny.
And then, in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be, Discharged Diver is Dauntless Do-Gooder. Isn't that right, Runo?
Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you.
How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it?
Oh my god.
I kind of wanted to be voiced.
They should have.
This is awesome.
They should have kept these on some level.
You've become conceited with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new.
His voice is
It's the way of
awesome.
the world. May you never forget that. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan.
Fuck yeah.
Those eyes of yours, young Nipponese, they shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb.
Oh my god.
What is
Man, I gotta
this?
go take care of something.
Mrs. Sato, what is this? Welling up inside me.
You after that voice line?
Yeah.
It's a sort of conviction to break down all the lies and deception. Oh, it's so intense. Almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Oh my god, that was evil, horny Ryunosuke. What the fuck?
The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime.
Oh, right, the end of the first game.
But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. No.
The cat door.
Yeah, unused. What are you Oh, okay. Okay, I was gonna say, weren't these used? No, we used these cogwheels.
Yeah.
Oh, the finish one was like way better. Gun? Oh, that's cool. It just played every single unused system sound effect. This version ended up being a little overly rich. You know what? It's, yeah, you know, I agree. A little deeper. Well, they went through quite a few. Hey. Yeah, this is definitely if it ain't broke.
Yeah.
It's like
if it,
all those hurt to listen to. That was this message just was like perfect. Ah. A volunteer from the sound team allowed us to borrow a violin so we could record samples of it being tapped and scratched gently. A violin valued at around 1 million yen, by the way. That was a fun day. That's awesome. I bet this is a fun game to make. Alright. Well. How about that? How about that, guys?
Yeah.
Anything more need to be said? Probably not. Nah. Good times. We only have 3 more Ace Attorney games to play, Tommy.
It's a weird feeling.
Weird, right? I guess 4 if we're counting Layton. I'm not quite sure how we want to count Layton. Like, it's like at the end of the list because it's a crossover game.
Right.
And yeah, Ghost Trick will happen at some point too. But as for what we'll do next for Ace Attorney, probably, I feel like I'm more interested in seeing Investigations since that has the new translation.
Yeah,
right? It has the localization.
I
agree.
And
we gotta save Clussy for last.
Right? Yeah.
I think that's 6. It would. I think this would have been the game to end on for sure after playing it, and that was kind of always the intention. Was I was gonna get to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles last. I wanted to stick to the chronological release. But then like the sequel to Investigations was announced, and I couldn't afford, or the collection for Investigations was announced, and that kind of like threw me off. So I was like, well, I have Chronicles now,
So let's just play Chronicles then. Fuck it. But this would have been. I would have ended here otherwise, I think. But I think the sentiments will still stand. While the next 3 games we'll play in the Ace Attorney series will definitely feel more isolated from each other. I'll just say here, if they opt to make a Great Ace Attorney Chronicles or a Great Ace Attorney 3, that would be welcomed. Like I said, I already know what I want to see from it. And if they just want to make a fucking Ace Attorney 7, that would be very welcomed. But I can't say that yet. I can't say how I feel about that one yet. Because I'll have to see if, like, they really do drop the fucking ball. Because they already dropped the ball at the end of Apollo Justice, right?
Yeah. Like, you might put 5 and 6 opinion. And go, ooh, these characters really overstayed their welcome.
Or damn, I wish these characters acted like the previous games happened.
Right.
And my fear would be, like, 7 would just continue that trend. Whereas, like, another one of these, I would hope that would not be the case if Takumi was on in the lead. But I'm gonna go with the new Ace Attorneys getting announced here at some point in the near future. They have not thrown this series to the wayside. This series has had more fucking acknowledgement than Mega Man. So I believe it. I believe that Ace Attorney will continue at some point. But everyone, thank you for joining us on what is the longest 2 stream series ever in totality. I will figure out what I'm doing for a highlight video, but my streams will probably slow down here for the next little bit, having finished this, as I need to finish the Zero Escape highlight video. Then I'm gonna have to figure out what we're doing next, and it's probably not gonna be something super long, and it's probably gonna be something a lot different than a visual novel. And it's not gonna be something British! Good night, everyone.
Right.
Wait, there we go. Yeah.